Merhabalar.
Hello, welcome. This is the seminar titled Transition to Digital Project from Paper and Pen. I'm Orhan. I'm working at AAE, and electricticaret.com is the e-commerce platform that we have. On that platform, there are various digital tools that simplify the lives of electricity industry. And the first session of my talk will be in a conversation format. I'll talk about the current developments during the first session, and later on, for around 30 minutes, I'll deliver a presentation on the software that we have. You have two images on the screen. I want you to think about it a little bit. Well, this is a topic that's being covered a lot. Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is a hot topic. This is all about our transition from the transition to industrial ages. So at the end of 1750, the first vapor machines steam machines were invented, and mechanization started. And around 50 years, or 100 years, electricity entered the industry. The first production lines were initiated, especially in slaughterhouses. In 1980s or 70s, automation systems were invented and launched, and this also added to the speed and quality of production. It also increased the volume of serial product. And starting from 2010, we've been talking about Industry 4.0. And these days, we've focused on cyber autonomous production systems that can communicate with one another. What do we have inside of this? Maybe a decade ago, these topics seemed a little bit far off, but with the impact of the pandemic, this has actually made an entry in our lives. The simulation systems, system integration, the Internet of Things, cyber security, cloud computing, additive manufacturing, augmented reality, big data. So these have been all the concepts that we see in the premises on field. And I'd like to highlight one thing here. When we take a look at 20 years ago, companies with highest brand value, well, I'm talking about Fortune 100, in 1999, General Motors, Ford Motor, Walmart were basically on the top ranks of the list. So they were basically driven by production. So the value was measured by production and profitable production. And in 2020, Amazon ranks the first, followed by Google, Apple, Microsoft. So 20 companies, top 20 companies, probably 18 of them develop a technology or software. This shows us one thing. So rather than producing products, we are producing technology. So there is a shift from hardware to software. This is the trend that we have. And what kind of an impact can technology advancement have on electricity sector? Well, cloud technologies, other technologies. What can it really, how can it really impact us? What does it really mean for the electricity system? What kind of changes will it bring forward? First of all, the smart plants of the future will be conducted and run via cyber systems, so they will be communicating with one another. And there is still need for human, for processes, for installation, but this will be controlled and checked on a cloud software program? Well, for sure there will be need for electricity. So for our colleagues in the industry, electricity will be something that will be required. It will be the core source of energy for us, and the supply of products and services in this industry this will be still driven by digital technologies. But technology advancement, what kind of an impact can it have on the ways of doing business for us? And what kind of anticipations do we have here? Well, first of all, robots and co-robots will be more widespread. And electricity, energy, well, bus bars and cables will be used for the transmission of electricity. So bus bars will still be the systems that provide energy for this. Assembly and deployment times will be shorter now. And this also will lead to further demand to address the needs of plants. Modular systems will be used, and use of utilities and the flexibility of them will be quite important. This means the following: in your own plant, more flexible designs will be used and more flexible engineering models will be used. It will be more important to focus on efficient utilization of energy and labor, and it will be much easier to access products and engineering. For the past 2 decades, rapid change has taken place in the sector. If you are below the age of 30, you probably don't even know what a facsimile machine is. I still see the facsimile numbers on certain billboards. This made a shift towards email. We still have emails in our lives. And I think it was 5 or 6 years ago. WhatsApp is quite widespread at the moment. It's commonly used. You take a picture of that, you offer your code there, you make sure that you complete your task. So there are electricians and electricity companies that basically do all their business on WhatsApp. And e-commerce is more like a complex structure. This actually involves all these components. B2B, B2C are the commercial practices that we see, and cloud technologies bring forward certain innovations. So it will be a gradual shift for us too. So we're talking about 2021, and what does the customer want? This is quite important because all the manufacturers are focusing on certain channels while conducting their research, and e-commerce is on the rise at the moment, is in full swing, and certain changes have taken place in customer habits. Everybody would like to access the product immediately, there, right now, next day. This is what they want. And comparison of products. When you are about to buy a product, you look at the alternatives of that. You want them to compare in terms of technical specifications. And user review is also important. Well, it can be a TV commercial, or rather than a trust in a particular broadcast or stream, any review by a user is much more valuable. This is what we're looking into. Ease of return is important. So I then come to the pricing of that. It's important, the pricing is important, but first, these items matter. It comes before that, and it should be implemented in life. For example, user manuals should be there. Well, it should be something that you integrate with the system. Systems should be easily deployed. It should be easily used. This is important in terms of user experience. Reliable brands and products, it's important. It is important to catch up with quality standards and quality, reasonable quality. This is a new approach approach, the best quality, optimum quality, the best of it. Well, yes, that makes sense, but maybe a quality level that is acceptable to the user, because it's 2021 at the moment. We're not talking about mass marketing. We're actually looking into customer marketing right now. You can individualize everything, and you basically identify the needs of an individual customer. And what matters here is a quality acceptable to that user. Rather than focusing on quality alone, you focus on the levels acceptable for the user. We can give examples from refrigerators. In your refrigerator you purchase for your house, this will require servicing in 5 years' time or 7 years' time. You give warranty for 100,000 kilometers to a car. So in a way, everything pushes you to renew and replace your products. So electricity installations, what kind of innovations await us there? In our systems, well, I'm talking about my company here. We run our business on a project basis. Electricity infrastructure, bus bar, cables, electricity, dashboards and panels are what we produce. And the structure of this exhibition center runs with our company, or any hospital, for example. The structure infrastructure of that is based on our products. So we wanted to reach out to new fields now. Well, it could be any carpenter in your neighborhood. Why aren't they purchasing our bus bars, for example? Well, we weren't necessarily targeting these areas actually, and in our marketing activities, finding each and every shop was not necessarily possible, and our resources weren't sufficient. And now that we have more digital channels, it's much easier to reach out to customers. So digital software that we will be presenting soon is completely related with more like local people, supermarkets, stores, electricians, and workshops. So this is a system that is addressed at them, and this is for the purposes of simplifying their lives, making their lives easier. How does the system run? Well, this is a traditional structure that we have here. Well, the structure that you can see, many electricity works are ongoing. Some of them are still dealing with the illumination or giving energy, electricity to the panels. But an electrician, for example, has a daily planner, the thing that he carries. It could be either on a smartphone or a daily planner. Well, we wanted to create a story. We wanted to narrate a story of a workshop. So a carpenter's shop or a workshop. So in this workshop, the electrician goes there. So this is a drawing, a scheme that he draws. And this is the layout of the CNC workbenches, and the kilowatt values and other values are written in this drawing. And Halil also would like to get an offer, a code. What kind of power do I need, and what is the amount of that? What kind of a cost would it entail, he asks. So the electrician comes up with a list of required items. It could be the cables, it could be other details, etc. So this list of materials and items, there needs to be a code. So for this, we need the up-to-date prices of these products. There are certain list prices, or it could be wholesalers' prices, and after all the research phase, a material code is created with the installation cost of it. So a total price is set by the carpenter. So for your workshop, I can give power to your workshop for 20,000 TL, for example. But you may have realized one thing here. For example, what kind of a project will it be, and where will you install certain products? What about your design? You don't really have anything. The only thing that the client has is an Excel document, and looking at the customer, the customer will have to decide. We care about one thing here. For works, for engineering works, for example, a design or a project is already carried out because we have regulations, there is a liability there. But in supermarkets, in more local works, for example, electricians provided. There is no project design there. It's more like a complex structure. It completely depends on the experience of the electrician foreman. For example, 20 kilowatts is there. So in this case, there will be a fusion box of 60 amperes, etc. So this completely depends on the foreman, on the carpenter, on the electrician, pardon. So we want to simplify their lives. So we will tell them why project design is important. This is the message that we'd like to get across. And without such an anticipation, a projection, inaccuracies can happen in the project. You may have to remove stuff and disassemble stuff, and you may have to face a certain disappointment on the side of client. It may be difficult to address the expectations of the customer. So there will be mistakes in the calculation, so wrong products may be chosen. At the end of the day, this will result in the waste of time and labor and efforts. If you have a project design, even if you're talking about a workshop, at the very start, you basically identify the needs of the clients, and then you'll see the additions, and you'll see the works that will come up unexpectedly. You will have an idea about the costs of this, and then you will run the process more smoothly. You will actually avoid electrical mistakes, etc. And then you will save from your time and efforts, and new opportunities for further business will unfold in front of you, because the customer will show you as a reference. So for electricity companies, we have prepared a software program. It's called Project M. So this is offered under the umbrella of our e-commerce platform. And this is going to be a live presentation. And our system, let me put it this way. You don't have to download any software program on your computer. The moment you have an internet connection, you can use this software. So this e-commerce platform is something that our company has. And all our products, we have the inventories of that. Any product that you will choose on this website is available. And the delivery, well, there is a certain habit in the market. 600 amperes, we have the stocks of bus bars for that. And for other products, for the products on stock, we make them available for sales. I'm not going to talk about the sales part of it, actually. I will talk about tools that make lives easier. First is practical selection or choice. So the products that are in a set format, when you need to choose it from the catalog, it is possible, actually, highly likely that you make mistakes. But this is a tool. You basically only click on it. You understand how many products you need. And then you have the output boxes or exit boxes. You can add the product that you want in a busbar system, in a set. You can easily select the materials, and you can access the prices of that. And you can easily implement it. Another peripheral program is Panorama. This is a application. We print catalogs, actually. We give catalogs to customers. We deliver presentations on the basis of catalogs. But at the end of the day, they become waste. They're just trashed. Well, the customers who don't know the system, it is really difficult to talk about a closed system. And with this system, with this screen, you see a real live workshop environment. This is a bus bar. And this is an area that gives energy, power to fittings. and you see the lighting fixtures there. You see the assembly videos, you see the product videos. You may be curious about the prices of that, and then you can easily see the prices there. And the main theme of our presentation is Project M, and this is where it's like to deliver a presentation. Well, currently the system runs on the cloud, so you don't need to download any setup file. A new project, when you sign up, it's going to be there. So when you want to create a new project, you can select it. You can just name it the way you want. And then you create this project. Well, power bus bar, so from 63 to 600 amperes. Well, illuminating project, illuminating bus bars. Well, cable channel, for example, you select it from the beginning. And when you proceed, you will see the template of your working environment. These are the most frequently used products. The mostly rectangular structures are used. And drawing that particular electrician drew on his daily planner, it's going to be online and it's going to be digital. So this is a rectangular space that we have, 40 to 60 centimeters. And then we are talking about a column here, for example. Well, in certain premises, column systems are used so that roofs can be carried. It's normally 7.5 meters, and this is what we set as value, but you can change the measurement here. And according to this measurement, you basically write in the windows, etc. And for full definition, it's beneficial to draw it. As the energy is distributed from here, the system doesn't allow you to proceed without placing the panel. And we proceed here. I have two suggestions here. I mean, the system has two suggestions. We produce bus bars here, and this is something that pops up. Bus bar, shall I recommend you do bus bar automatically, or why don't you draw it? It actually does that automatically because it may be that you don't know anything, and you probably know the powers and the places of all the systems. In this case, you say automatic recommendation is something that you pick, and AI runs here. Depending on where you drop the machine, it starts working. And the most ideal bus bar, well, it's actually right next to the column. And the way you drop it, the closest bus bar is added. This is the most effective one, and it changes it. Of course, they have different powers. You have to enter the powers. You have to give a name and assign a power to each and every machinery. And then on the maintenance line, you see the length of the line and how many amperes it is. And when you complete the line, you see that line as green. Well, if we can change the location of a machinery from top to bottom, then the AI tells you that this is more economic solution. You have 100 ampere of bus bar. Another one at top is 63 amperes. And you see the budget on the right-hand side. The cost of this system
is shown to you as a budget. As you've replaced the machinery, the system continues. Then we get the bus bar technical report. What do we have here? There is 45 kilowatt hours of total power. You have 100 amperes of bus bar. You have 51 meters of bus bar length. You can rename each and every machinery. So you also calculate the voltage for each and every one of them. So it gives you a technical report. You check it. If there's no problem with the data fed into the system, then we move on. You see the material list. When you look at the material list, the bus bar proposal continues in this way. Well, let's have a look at these. If you know this a bit, if you know where to put it, you can make a design yourself and you can place it automatically. So 5 machines here, 5 machines down here. When you select it, you see that they are put in their places automatically. In some places, you have serial machinery with the same power. When you choose 10 kilowatts or 5 kilowatts, you see a bus bar of 225 amperes, 86 meters long. If we could go into the line itself, you have the line parameters. It shows 225 amperes, but we did not apply any diversity. By changing it, we can let's say 0.8, for instance. When we say apply it on the line, it's now 160 amperes for the line. That's what you need. This is one of the strengths of this bus bar. So the line selects the current automatically, but if you don't want to use it, you can also change it yourself. Let's continue. Here's a technical report. When you approve it, you can see the material list. Why did we come here? Because we saw that electrical companies cannot create their own bus bar projects. So we wanted to develop a structure for them to help them with developing their own projects. The bus bar project is saved as a project output, and you can also prepare, you can also get a proposal, the technical proposal for the project. It prepares as a PDF. Okay, it is open now. Well, you can do these also, as you see here. In the same section, you prepare a technical report and you also get a proposal. It will be ready once you click on proposal. So there is a period you need for downloading, and it is here, of course. You have these available at the warehouses of electric, and it takes 2 days to deliver it to you. The program also makes a presentation on lighting products. How do we select them? How many fixtures are used? Many of them say that they determine the lighting fixtures depending on the area or depending on their experience. In the workshop that I showed you before, how do we determine the need for fixture? How will it be used? So we see the same area. We propose that you click on propose automatically. For homogeneous lighting of the environment, this is what you get. First of all, the system asks you the height where it will be used. Is it a production area, office area, corridor, production or storage area? So there are several values. We generally use 300 lux for production area, so we prefer that. So we have either daylight or white light. This is what the system proposes, recommends. And you say out of these 3 products, you can choose whichever you want for the workshop. We prefer one of them. And then we're going to have a look at them in a little while. On these corridors, there are 3 rows. In total, it is 300 lux. Here you see the budget of the fixture, also the lighting bus bar budget, as well as the total budget for the project. If you say, I would like to increase the number of lines, it is 8. No, let's keep the number of lines the same as 8, but the number of fixtures per line will change. So you see that the average lux level increases. Maybe you want to try it with another product that was proposed before. Maybe go for the round one. Here you see the linen package is less, so the number of fixtures increases. You see the project budget here, so you can make a comparison between products in this way. When you say continue, you will see the lighting bus bar and the lighting fixture. You will have the total list of everything you need, 120 fixtures. You can have the material list. I'm not going to show you each and every one of them, but I'm going to show you one. When you put them up at 7 meters, as this is the case in the project, it shows you a graph, how it is distributed homogeneously. We have these segments on the right-hand side, and you see that there is a very homogeneous distribution. Let's play with the homogeneity a bit. Let's disturb it a bit. Let's decrease the number of fixtures. As the software operates on the cloud, not on your computer, you always get the warning which says you disturb the homogeneity. So you decrease the number of fixtures down to 40, no change with the bus bar, but only the number of fixtures changed. So you get a project printout again. This could be an office area, it could be a lab. You see that the lux levels go down and homogeneity is disturbed here. Let's continue. Another field of operation is the canals for cables. It is used for in almost all enterprises. This is where you have all the cables. Let's do an example here again. So for this workplace in question, we have worked on the fixtures. We can superpose them. It will show you where the canals should be. So the T connections are made and the material list is prepared. This platform only operates online. It's impossible for you to transfer it to AutoCAD. So our work is based on PDF. In this one, you have 160 bus bar, you have additional bolts. So it also provides you with a project of the cable canal. When you click on this, the proposals prepared can be downloaded on computer. This presentation is 15 minutes, so it is possible to prepare a project proposal for a workshop, for an office area within half an hour. This is a great innovation, and this page shows you proposals waiting. So if you just click on buy, the system will put them in your basket and continues. You can buy all of the products, or you can buy parts of them. You can go for a partial purchase. You can play on the numbers, and when you click on buy, you can complete the purchasing process. You can pay by a credit card or through the dealer. So, this is the outcome of very hard work. We aimed to make the lives of electrical companies much easier. There is a video called Ustam, which we prepared for this trade show. Let's share it with you and then complete the presentation. We couldn't see it.
Ahmet Usta halen geleneksel yöntemlerle projeleri yapmaya çalışıyor. Mehmet Usta ise çoktan elektrik ticaret nokta.com'a geçti. Buyurun. Buyurun. Tamam, hazırlıyorum. Ahmet Usta çok fazla detayla uğraşmak zorunda.
Ahmed has to take care of many details. Mehmet, on the other hand, makes use of this website, prepares a proposal immediately, and sends it to the customer. Okay, approved, you can start.
Ahmet Usta hala uğraşıyor.
He's still working hard. Mehmet will take the products from the stock and can start with the installation.
Dijital projeci.
So you move on to digital trade. You can become a member of electrikticaret.com and you can start benefiting from these advantages right now. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for listening to us. This is the end of my presentation. I wish you all a very fruitful trade show.
Tabii tamam, sıkıntı yok. Hibrit olunca öyle bir şey yapıyor.
Ben şu şeyi takayım.
Tamam. Yardımcı olsunlar mı?
Yanlış takarsan tabii olabilirler.
Eyvah. 10'ar dakika bir konuşma vereceğim. Son 5 dakikada bir son söz veririz. Evet. Öyle bir toparlarız. Tamam. Kolay gelsin. Nasılsınız, iyi misiniz? Sağ olun, teşekkür ederim.
Merhaba Sibel.
Biz dost dosta zaten muhabbet halindeyiz her daim. Sen gördün mü? Gördüm. Siz okey verdiniz, anda başlayabiliriz arkadaşlar. Efendim kıymetli konuk.
Distinguished guests and our online participants, Turkey is discussing digitalization and being different nowadays. It's not only Turkey, but the whole world is discussing it. But of course, there are people who have been working in this field with automation. There are people who have brought Turkey to today's position step by step. Well, we are going to discuss the challenges and how they overcome those challenges, how they enjoyed overcoming those challenges. So I would like to introduce our panelists to you. Mr. Malik Aviral is with us, board member of İlimco. Osman Kurdaş, Genel Sistem Designer Board Chair. Entek Teknik Board Chair. And ENOSAD Board Vice President Hasan Terzioğlu. And ENOSAD Chair, MF Motor Board Chair Hasan Basri Kayakıran are among our panelists. Today we are going to discuss our experiences. We will give 10 minutes to each and every panelist. If you could share your story of how you came today, how you came to this day. Let's start with you, Mr. Aviral. What did you see at the very beginning of this journey? When did we have a breakdown? Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to thank you for being the moderator today. You are you have made a very good start, a very nice start. My friends, my dear friends, we are comrades at the same time, and we have been working together for many years. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I also would like to thank ENOSAD and WIN authorities for having organized this panel. They always touch upon important topics, and I believe that it is very important to tell the youth what we have experienced to date. History repeats itself, and I will touch upon a few things, and you will understand. In the past, we had challenging times. We had difficult finding components. Now let's rewind the film back to 1976. We had foreign exchange, foreign currency bottleneck. So factories couldn't find their spare parts, let alone making a new investment. They were not able to find simple equipment. They were not able to find the spare parts, let alone making new investments. There was a H4 pen. So we used to say H4 in Turkish. That was support provided by the Chamber of Industry. It was worth $1,000. After they gave us $1,000, we would bring it in. Well, we used to bring in many components with $1,000. When you think about the large companies like Şişecam and others, so the Ministry of Industry used to send us lists of needs, asking us, do you have this? Can you produce this? So I visited reporters on specific days during the week to tell them this is what I could do. We could do what we cannot do. So those were challenging times. We used to call it the luggage trade. Luggage trade was understood as only clothing from Russia and back to Russia. We used to have luggage trade between Turkey and Germany. They used to bring in goods from Germany, and people really loved the idea of buying those goods. Back in those days, we used to have the luggage trade for components. There was a Selanik passage in Karaköy. We used to obtain those components from them. There was somebody called Bülent. He was the one who arranged everything for the spare parts, for us to find the spare parts. He used to sell us components. So it was back then the times when the industry supported industry. So whenever industry had problems, they used to give us support. They used to tell us, collect this part, do this, that. We did many things back then. I used to. Well, we had the PID control device at Petkim. For the first time, they purchased 3 pieces. He said, okay, they installed it, they plugged it in, we corrected it. So we had a PID control device. When you look at things like this, we implemented load cell in a lubricant company. So I'm trying to give you some vivid examples. We did it for the first time. We cut the first leg and cut the second leg to place it. They said to us, you're in the earthquake zone, what if the tank collapses? Then we cut the third one and placed it. There was no one, no general manager, no chief of that unit. After you placed After you placed it in place, we thought it would collapse, so we wanted to take a day off in order not to take a responsibility. So we were all very excited. During those times, we cannot import anything. There was a portable measurement device. You have to go into the dynamite and make the measurement, and they said, can you do it? Yes, we can. So we did the tests. I took it to them. The moment I delivered it, I thought we would I would leave. And they told me that we would go into the dynamite room together. So I said, oh my God. I did the first recorder for Erdemir. There was a prototype. They gave an order of 150,000. They made an in-advance payment of 6 months. There was only a prototype. So those were the challenges of those days. Hasan Aktunman, myself, Hüseyin Kurban, and Günger Özgün, 4 of us. These 4 bricks, they were placed under this building, and you have to use a kind of mortar to fix it. You had to have, well, in order to fix that mortar, there was love and respect and some courage of ignorant people. And then today, we have a factory of 30,000 square meters. We have 157 staff. We have 27 engineers. Well, industry made us survive. Let me add a few things. Last 2 minutes. When we look at the model of today, well, the setup was based on partnership. Everybody started with a partnership. They brought together their capital, know-how. Well, of course, that partnership mechanism had some challenges. Well, sometimes you had clash of ideas. If there is one founder, you cannot delegate responsibility. So that person shouldered the whole burden. Well, it was impossible to share responsibility, thinking that he, the founder, should do everything. So even if there is a partnership of 2 people or several people, we had different challenges. We needed interim staff who could do the work. We did not have many engineers. Well, I was not very old back then, so I did not have the courage of bringing people in older than me to do certain work. Those were good days. I am happy that I experienced those days. I owe a lot to all of my staff. We are a very lucky company. Well, those people who worked with us believed in us and shared the burden with us. A writer takes pride in the novel he writes. A sculptor takes pride in the sculpture he creates. A musician takes pride in his composition. Well, we established many companies in Saudi Arabia, India, Mexico. So we also take pride in our piece, like a sculptor or a musician. Well, we always tell people there are many masterpieces that we created. We did everything with goodwill. We had a vision and mission. These are classical things. We all have it. And we have been realizing them. Well, I think I finished on time. I'd like to thank everyone.
Teşekkür ederim. Aslında verdiğiniz örnekler o kadar güzel.
Examples that you conveyed, well, it lays out the picture very well. You can develop the technology, but the spirit of it, the soul of it, you've basically had the spirit in it. And this is something that you are conveying to younger generations today. It's quite important. Kurdaş, you have the floor now. It's a lovely example from Aviral. That's an art, he said. May Tamer Levent feel it, hopefully. For the past 35 years, I've said yes to art, he said. And he talks about it's an art to love your job. So you are craftspeople, but at the same time, you're artists. So what else did you experience in your own journey? His story. Our story started out 10 years after Mr. Malik. Malik brother, I think, was the first example, right? Well, as the dinosaurs, to put it well, because we're talking about the days during the dinosaurs age. I graduated from Boğaziçi University. Şanur Agay, the late friend that I have, he graduated, he went to Germany, I went to Japan for 2.5 or 3 years after I came back. It was 1983 or 1984 when we came back. We worked for a few years, and in 1984, Şanur said, why don't we establish a company? I'm not really happy. They're not promoting me, he said. And he was even 28, so it was like we were young and we were the inventors of the world. I was 25, 26. Şanur was a graduate of the German high school, Boğaziçi University, and mechanical engineering, PhD, Ankara, and machinery engineering was one of them. I stayed in Japan for 2.5 years, and Şan stayed in Germany for 2.5 years. So the profile was really good, but we didn't really have the money. So we wanted to have automotive control. What is it? I asked him, he said, I'll talk about it. Yorgo was a professor that we had, and Şanur was from automatic control option, even though he was a mechanical engineer. And Yorgo was his professor. And we ventured into that. What else do we need to do? And we wanted to have representation from abroad. We established a company and representation from overseas. So these are the differences between today and the past. The largest companies in the world were a lot, actually. So today, think about the top 10 companies that you had. So you could basically get the representation of them easily because there was nothing in Turkey whatsoever. They was basically no activity whatsoever. So we had the chance to take over certain representation duties from these top companies. And we were working with valves, we were working with control sensors, and we were also working with sensors. So 3 lines of automation we focused on. And these are the top representations that we took over. And the core of our business was as follows. The customer, well, Turkish customers weren't really interested in industrial automation, indeed, because in advanced automatic automation, I'm talking about industrial automation, they weren't really interested in that. And 90% of our customers were foreigners. Like Pirelli, Goodyear, Cargill were the foreign customers based in Turkey. So they had certain de facto procedures and operations. And in Turkey, Tüpraş and Petchems were more involved in process control in petrochemicals industry. And DCS system, we were planning to do it. And we paid a visit to Tüpraş, the governmental agency or governmental enterprise. And we explained what we wanted to do, and they said, well, who is going to do it? They asked, and we're going to do it. How can you do it? They asked. Well, we can't do it because we're that person. We're graduated from Boğaziçi University. Şanur ranked among the top 300 students, and you can't do it, they said. So you'll probably need a German with you. So I'm talking about 1987 here. So we can really do it. So it was a long-standing discussion. At the end of the day, they gave the project to us and we did it. And for long years, they were representing the tradition of the state. So it wasn't really possible for their minds to imagine a Turk doing it. So it was great out because their careers were at stake. So we handed the project over to 220 volts, and then they blasted it. No, it couldn't really really happened. So the doubts, the concerns that they had, they didn't really come true. So for years, we tried to tackle this obstacle. So one other difference between today and the past is that the clients do not really trust the Turk, and it can be on the basis of product or service or engineering. So this is the second topic here. And then, so customers and automation, the customer, the Turkish client I'm talking about, Turkish clients without any foreign capital. So they venture into automation without even thinking about it. This basically coincides with the government of Özal, with the exports and imports operations booming. The business started to understand what automation actually corresponded to. So Turkish customers, for sure, didn't really understand what automation was all about. And when we were young, there was this thing called jeans, so it was just like a black market, wasn't it? And do you know where it comes from? Especially in Turkish, it's called, well, it's actually a man. So, but his name was basically Kot, just we call it in Turkish. And he opened a denim factory in Izmir in 1972 or 1973. And he used the best cotton, he used the best dye, and the denims that he produced were, because like it has to be whitened a little bit, and you basically wash it and it remains dark blue. Then he didn't really understand. So this denim turned into a legend. It turned into a buzzword. But then he went bankrupt. Unfortunately, denims sold for only $1 in Eminönü, whereas Levi's comes at $100. It was then found out that a process know-how was at stake there, because pH value had to be at a certain value for it to get whiter. Otherwise, it had to remain white, or pardon me, dark blue. Well, this is a process actually. So unless you increase pH, the dye remained on the surface. But when you do the otherwise, then the dye sinks deep inside the jeans. So process control wasn't really something that the producer in Izmir was not familiar with. So pH control was really related with pH. That's why he went bankrupt. So this is quite an important example. Know-how, process control know-how is what we're talking about. He basically invented the idea. Yes, it was a miracle. He did it miraculously, but he didn't really have the process know-how. So that's why he was unable to do it. With this piece of information in mind, while Turkey is basically the home of leading denim producers at the moment, but it was thanks to process control that this happened. There were courageous people who basically pioneered it, spearheaded the efforts. And other topic for that particular period was as follows. So, well, for customers, well, the foreign companies that I said, well, Goodyear, for example, they wanted to have automation, for example, but who else was there to do it? There was no company. There was Malik, Delta Patek, so it was only a handful of companies. So they were unable to access it. So if by any chance they accessed us, so when we had any client, etc., so 10 codes that we delivered were accepted and approved because there were no firms whatsoever. So it was an advantageous period. It was really easy for us to rent on projects or foreign clients, and if there was any client that we had, we were able to take over the projects of that. We were unable to convince Turkish customers because their budgets really went off completely at the point of automation. They did everything, but at the point of automation, they lacked it because it wasn't even included in the budget because they didn't really understand the importance of it. So this brings us to 2000s actually, but there was one other important development in 1988. It was actually finding the right workforce, because today we can find, for example, workforce personnel, those people who are capable of doing this and this and that. But we didn't even have that. The engineers who filed an application, job application to us, they didn't even know automation. Well, it is actually in addition to automation. They were just electrical engineers, that's all. So when we had it, they had to start from scratch. And then with this particular staff that you can see here, well, all the people and the other dinosaurs that you can think about in Turkey, we basically created the workforce. We basically created the workforce and the industry, entire industry. If we have 200 industrial automation companies in Turkey that are leading the world at the moment, well, we have basically made sure that they were trained by us. So it is something that we're proud of. Well, nothing really is for free, right? Everything requires extensive efforts. Well, there may be many shortcomings here, but think about the great miles that you covered. Well, when you think about it, when you discuss it, it is quite clear. So we need to be more grateful here. We need to understand its real value. And I am really glad that this particular panel is organized and is taking place with this theme. But if you allow me, I'll add on to one thing that Osman said. Well, automation, they didn't have the money for it, he said. And back then, engineering, was it really something to pay for? Well, you already studied, do it, they would say. And so the fact that money was charged, they didn't really understand it. So yeah, no matter whatever happened, it's all about the habit of not really paying know-how and knowledge. Well, I think we've overcome this a little bit, but we still have some hurdles. So, and also Deputy Chairperson Hasan Terzoğlu, you have the floor, sir. So the question is for you. So Aviral Kurdash talked about all these experiences and developments, and maybe we have been quite generous as we evaluate today, because these has been great examples to show us how much progress we made. So think about this and open us a new window, a new horizon. Well, my window is a little bit different. In which way? I am a graduate of Middle East Technical University. Process control was the unit that I specialized in, and I really liked physics at high school, and I wanted to understand how physics really worked. Well, you could be a teacher by studying physics. If you did a career, you could remain at university, etc. But I realized that it wasn't really my thing. And what else could I do with physics? Well, electricity was something close to that. In this case, I would study electrical engineering after private school, after college, Ankara College. I then studied at Middle East Technical University. Electrical engineering, I looked into what else was there, what was there. Well, computers were coming forward slowly back then. And then I said, no, I wanted to work at a plant because it was physics were at full swing. So I studied at university, and after I graduated, there were boycotts, etc. We're talking about the 70s, marked by boycotts. In mid-70s, I graduated, and we were lucky in one particular aspect. When you graduated from university, you had a lot of options in front of you. Like you could, for example, start with Aselsan or Tech. You could, for example, opt for postal organization, etc. So when you had a look at it, there were companies, well, state companies, state enterprises in Ankara, and then there were non-Ankara enterprises. So we had the chance to choose, and it was the advantage of the times back then. Where am I going to do? What will I do for my living, etc. But my particular issue was that my spouse was my classmate, so we wanted to establish a life together. So we wanted to leave Ankara. So we talked with Botaş, we went to Ceyhan, we talked with İskenderun, a steel iron company, we talked with Ereğli, steel iron company again. I wasn't really good with heat and temperatures. In this case, we ended up at Ereğli. This was how we actually decided that I don't like the heat, I don't like the hot weather, why don't we go to Ereğli? It was my first time in Ereğli, actually. It was on the coast of the Black Sea region. So this is when we started working at Ereğli, the Çelik plant, and we were basically precise tool specialists. So we worked with precision tools, and I was on the other side of the desk. I was more like out on the field. I was working on the premise, and first I was working at the hot rolling unit. that startups were being created back then. A new line was to be deployed, for example, a completely new line was to be deployed, and the number of employees was quite clear there. So in the hot rolling section, I was delegated. So you're a graduate, fresh graduate, and you basically took over the entire responsibility of a particular plant or in a unit. So it was my second university indeed, because you have a look at it, you start learning about it, you do the job, and for sure there was one other thing during the period. Well, this industry was basically owned by the foremen and technicians. And when we said engineers, they didn't really understand there was a particular distance between engineers and other professions. And think about the times back then, unions were quite strong, and the workers, the people that you work with, just as Marvel said, were basically 40 years old, and you're only 22 there. You're an engineer, and you're basically on top of them. You're supervising them, and they're like, "Well, you basically studied with my money. You've become an engineer, but what else do you know? What do you know?" So this was the general understanding. So it was a general framework of what we did for 6 years. I was in area. It was the early 80s and late 70s time periods during which there was no foreign currency. Malik, for example, system technique, and this then became my partners, etc. So it was basically a handful of firms, because there was not even a tool. And the tools that we wanted to procure from abroad, they didn't really come. There were quotas, etc. Many complications were there. So we were creating stuff with what we had at hand, and we were doing stuff that we didn't have. The pieces of valves, we were actually having them made in the workbench, so we didn't really know the pieces and parts. Even if we did, we were unable to procure them, etc. So what happened at the end of the day was that the companies, we talked with the companies, our peers back then, and then we attained a certain status. Marvin, for example, system technique, we focused on control devices. First, we placed orders, and then we worked this way. We tried it out on the field, and we worked hand in hand. This is what I mean by it. And we were quite well-meaning back then, and we worked till 11 o'clock in the evening, 12 o'clock in the evening. How did it work, and etc. Because during the morning, during daytime, you were busy. Everybody was asking questions. It was all over the place. This doesn't really work this way, and this part of this material isn't really like that. But during the evening, during the night, you work more comfortably, and then we realized that things started to get going. Emerson, for example, Ertan brother, is among the doyens that we have as well, and he's probably 10 years older than us, more dinosaur than we are. So he was doing the valve, etc., was working with it. This didn't really work this way. Why don't we do it this way? So control valves were important back then, and then it was the times that we had, and so we all finished it, completed it. DCS happened to be a buzzword, something that we all heard. And again, during the times, a demo product arrived. It was everywhere. It was checked and reviewed in the site, and it had springs, etc. It was quite interesting. I actually liked what it was about, and then there was this application in the furnace. So demo, it was provided to us as demo, but I applied it to the process. I wanted to understand how it really worked in real life. And this was basically an opportunity in that it opened a new world to me. And then I left Ereğli. I came to Istanbul. First, I worked with Alarka as an engineer. Delta Petek, by the way, was part of the group. And then I started working on a DCS systems in Turkey. And the first DCS systems in Turkey started to be deployed. You're the one who is involved in the marketing of it, assembly of it, programming of it, training of it. So it's basically a package. So it's basically just a package. So it's one-man show. That's all. There was nothing else. And back then, your connections with overseas, there were journals and magazines, there were coupons inside it. You'd check them, you'd send them by post, and then you'd have information, brochures or catalogs you'd have, and it was a treasure for us. And as I was moving to Istanbul, 4 bags I carried with me. The 3 bags were basically documents. One was only allocated for my personal belongings, and it was within this framework that DCS was installed for the first time. It was first installed in refineries, and it was also installed in oil pipelines. It was installed in furnace control or boiler control machines. They were practices and implementations, and after this particular phase in 1988, I wanted to do my own business because it was more like a routine on at the company, and then I changed the side of the desk that I was working at. Well, it was very clear. I mean, you could easily take over representation, etc., representative tasks, etc. But we had representation duties, but at the same time, we were out on the field. We were working at the site, and as a result of this, Şişecam had a company, Kurumsal, and there a very brave, courageous person was there. You always need people. You always needed people to support you so that you could carry out these kinds of tasks. So with that brave person, we did the first PLC application, but it was completely for the process, and it was Square D. We brought it in for the first time, and then, well, it was still an ignorant person's courage. And it was just like us jumping into the water that we didn't know, uncharted waters. So we were basically picking things from the catalog. And what happened at the end was that it was basically, there was only one in the States, and this basically came through Italians. They probably thought that we wouldn't be able to do it, but then we started working with it, and people started to rush to Turkey. So prototype was created in Turkey. So we had a deployment. Well, we tested it for 100 times, and then we were told that we only had 2 hours, and this process had to be up and running after 2 hours, in 2 hours' time. So everything had to be ready. We wanted to connect it from all the ends, but what if it doesn't work? This was the question mark that was dangling. But it worked. Well, yes. Well, had it not been the case, we wouldn't be here, right? Because it was the framework within which everything worked. Well, it is not really enough to. Work on it, right? Well, it looks like we will extend our speaking time. Well, there are many things to be said. Well, but you're saying something. It's easier said than done. There's this phrase, but the things that you're talking about, this requires a lot of effort, and we have our guests here with us in the room, and we have people joining us online. I believe that they're admiring you, they're listening to you with great admiration. Yes, we are criticizing certain things in the industry, but having seen this extensive effort, I'm glad to have you. A big round of applause then.
Mr. Kaykıran, I said that it's very easy to say so. Let's hear a story from you. Yes, it's easy to say. Well, the times of Malik, in those days, Turkey was very different. I was in Germany studying Generation Y, Gen Z. They cannot understand what we experienced back then. I studied at Germany and then worked there for 3 years, and I said to myself, I have to go back to Turkey. We had to coup in those days. So it was very gloomy. But I was so motivated to be successful. I said to myself, I will never ever regret that I returned. My late brother, had a workshop. We were preparing different equipment for automation purposes, and we said, well, this won't survive much. I decided to work in a large company. I started at Ford Otosan. Well, I am from Germany, so I know what PLC means. I opened the catalog. I started to examine. I said, "Oh, okay, it's easy. There were some programming devices. Okay, we're doing this and that." So we encouraged and persuaded the senior management to do the PLCs. The first PLC automation was conducted at Erdemir for cutting limestone. Then another project with an iron and steel company. I was on good terms with the R&D manager and the general manager. I told them, "Oh, okay, this is a great tool for automation. Let's invite the maintenance manager." You tell him, okay. They called him in. I explained to him what should be done. He listens to my 3 sentences and then says, "But," and then his manager stopped him. He always said, "But," but they interrupted him. He was about to beat me if we were alone. It's a closed box. It does anything that you do. But what if something happens if you do something like that? The PACs were just entering Turkey. We had PCs for 5,000, 6,000 US dollars, and they were not doing much. So people were really afraid because I was telling them that there is a closed box that could do everything. But he didn't think about the benefit it would offer. He was just thinking about what if I would fail to use it. I sold a PLC to them. That PLC waited there for 1 year. And then I pushed and pushed him, and then he started to play with it a bit. Today, he can do anything at that steel company, thanks to that encouragement. I said to myself, I'm going to specialize in drive automation. Let me bring them together, I said to myself, and see how they work. When I started to do that work, we had Mark, Deutsche Mark, and Germans and Italians were doing it. And it was like 30,000, 50,000 Deutsche Marks, no euros, of course. There was a large project. Italians wanted to do it. The factory manager wanted to give it to the Italians. And then the chair wanted to give it to me. I said to them, you have to give this business to me because I'm going to learn doing this business on your mission, and I'm going to get you rid of Italians and Germans. Otherwise, you will have to work with Germans and Italians for many years. He trusted me. I just learned about PLC. I was just learning about drive automation, but he still believed me. I wanted to learn it. I know that I stayed overnight. I worked until early morning, but in the evening, it was happy and for me. I was smiling. So you could see my 32 feet, although 32 teeth, although 3 of my teeth were removed, you could still see all of my teeth. Our time won't be sufficient, so I won't be able to Theodore, Malik will attend another international meeting. One sentence. Tomorrow. I'm hopeful about the future because today we have the know-how, we have brave technicians, technical staff, so communication is very easy. We follow all of the innovations in the world, and we can apply those innovations. So the future is promising. As long as the global crises do not hit us. So we will continue to have this component problem until the end of 2022. If we don't have such problems, the future is promising for us. Wow. Industrial automation for a young graduate is an area with the least obstacles. If you have a laptop, if you know how to use software, then the sky is the limit for your imagination. I do recommend everyone to think of a career for industrial automation. The future will be the future of the youth. If they train themselves well enough, the opportunities are out there. They only want to train themselves, develop themselves. We have to always ask for something new. This business is a business that you always enjoy doing. You never lose your excitement. Well, we never say we're this old. We are ready to take a screwdriver and go and solve a problem. We learned everything from catalogs. Today we have many opportunities available. As long as the country can offer the opportunities to youth to have access to those. I believe in the youth. I agree with them. Well, with respect to automation, what could we do with automation? This was a question I was asked, and my reply was, whatever you think of, whatever you want to create could be done by automation. It's no longer thinking, but imagining. Whatever you imagine, you can realize it with automation. I'm hopeful about the future. Otherwise, I would have not invested in a machine that I have driven. Otherwise, I could have lived in Hawaii today with the money I have made so far. But I still have the willingness to sell my machinery to the U.S. or to other countries. Elimco board member Malik Aviral, Entek board chair Enosat Vice President Hasan Terzioğlu, Genel Sistem Designer Board Chair Osman Kurdaş, MF Motor Board Chair, Enosat Board Chair Hasan Bahri Kayakram. Thank you very much for being with us, for saving the time for us. We will learn a lot from you. Well, when Turkey was established, there was this saying about Turks, or these mad Turks. And I believe that in the 21st century, you are the mad Turks. Thank you very much for sharing your know-how and experience with us. We discussed the history of industrial automation in Turkey. It was very enjoyable. Technology is there, but what is important is to be able to create things when we don't have anything. available to us. And that could be achieved with this spirit. Today we have easy access to everything, but if you lose that spirit, unfortunately you have no future. We introduce that spirit to you. Thank you very much for being with us.
Tamam. 1, 2, 3, 4, merhabalar, ben Emre Talman.
Emre Talman is my name. I'm the chairperson of the board at Dynamic Motor, the name of my company. Our company was established in 2014, and now we're based in Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir. These are the cities where we have activities, operations. In those three cities, we also sell and buy the products that we produce. Our dealerships are Volt and Gamac. These are electrical engines. Italy, Germany have certain companies, and there we have dealerships as well with them. And there are also areas and companies where we procure from abroad, produce here, and then export back to overseas. Over years, there was one thing that we realized. Large companies that we see here, in the Far East, they have suppliers. Well, the big companies that we see here, they have suppliers. They do the production with the brand of relevant companies, and then they basically sell the products with their own brands, and they sell it to Turkey. We realized that, so therefore we focused on our own brand, and we started to have our products produced in the Far East. We established our brands, and then we created a sales network, domestic and overseas sales networks. And with this network, we've improved our brand recognition. Well, exhibitions are very beneficial for us. Every year, we take part in 5 domestic and 3 overseas exhibitions. Well, last year, it was unfortunately postponed and cancelled, and we were basically domestic last year. And this year, we will be looking into 2022, and well, domestic and international exhibitions will take flight again, will take off again. So, and the products that we get to procure domestically and that we procure from abroad, we'd like to bring them together, and this is how we can carry out our trade activities. As we improved our brand recognition, we also wanted to produce the brands. 3 years ago, we started out with brake production. It started first with the stage of assembly, electromagnetic brake I'm talking about. We checked whether or not we could do it, and then we tried it with our practices. Our customers also helped us, and then we started producing brakes. In the beginning of 2021, we established a factory in Tire. We carried our operations to Tire. And this year, brake production has become a standard, and then our sales are ongoing. In 2021, we ordered our parts. We have reductors. We also have a certain market share with our own brand, and we are selling in a manner to boost a factory or plant from scratch. The reductors, we will continue to add new reductors in our production line, and we will do it in Tire. And our plan is to sell all we produce to the world. Thank you.
Bitti.
ekranlarının karşısındaki değerli
Esteemed guests watching us online, esteemed participants, and valuable sponsors, welcome to our panel themed Where Automation is Added in Digital Transformation. I am Special Project Sales and Business Development Director at Hanover Fairs, Turkey. We will be talking about the trends for Turkey and future trends. So in a way, we are going in parallel with the panel that took place before us. But first, I'll talk about cheetah. They're the land animals, the fastest running land animals in the world, and they don't really hunt in herds. Their strategy is based on speed and pace. Therefore, they can reach a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. But what about industrial transformation and cheetah? Well, Apple CEO was asked, the pace, the speed you have in production, what do you owe it to? And he says, the future is shaping so rapidly that there are two methods for us to adapt ourselves there. My company is just like a car that goes at a pace of 120 kilometers per hour. I can change my direction, and I change the direction of the world. And the second point is agility, he says. We are agile, but at the same time, we have to change our strategies in a very, very agile manner. This is why we liken our company to a cheetah, a perfect animal only aimed at its own strategy. So companies should be like cheetahs. They need to change their strategies rapidly if needed, or they need to be able to run at a pace of 120 kilometers per hour. But what about the factories of tomorrow? Let's have a look at it.
endüstriyel otomasyon
Industrial automation, and why is it important? It's the core question, and Tim answers this question. So 2020 was a year marked by the pandemic, and the global trade was concluded with 132 trillion USD. 32% of that comes from automation, which is quite interesting, because in total we're talking about a market of 21 trillion USD when it comes to industrial automation. So this is a huge pie, and according to Fortune Insight, this is going to multiply by 10. It's going to grow 10-fold by 2030. But are we really ready for it in Turkey? And to what extent do we implement it in plants in Turkey? But let's talk about it today with our panelists. Sami Özkan Dibek, Entek Automation Board Member and Enoset Board Member. Sami, welcome. Tunç Atıl, HKTM Board Member, Enoset Board Member. Gökhan Kırmacı, Nature Robotics Europe Manager, Eren Gönanlı, Anot Group General Manager, Ahmet Çakırel, Doruk Nesmon, and Digital Transformation Project Consultant, and Halıcı Group CEO, Enoset Deputy Chairperson, Hüseyin Halıcı. Welcome. Welcome back. So we have 6 panelists and industrial automation is our topic, so it's going to be a very broad perspective from which we're handling this topic. But every speaker's panelist here represents a category here. So industrial automation, there are main themes that we will have. We'll be here for 2 hours, and if you have any questions, we'll be taking them as well. So as a warm-up session, as a warm-up round, why don't we start with you, Sami? Could you talk about your company, what you represent? It's going to be a warm-up tour, and then we'll start our panel. Thank you, Murat. First of all, this is a pleasure for me to be with you here, and it's been a great pleasure for me to be following the former panel as well. I am a founding partner of Entech, and it was first a pneumatic company, and then we turned into sensors and image processing, and then we established Entech Automation. And having done that, I've become a partner shareholder of the company. I'm a mechanical engineer, and as I am a mechanical engineer, I was always interested in the control part of it, and I tried to develop myself in this particular area, control, pneumatic. Everything started out at pneumatics, and then it evolved later on. It then made a shift towards the control side of it, image processing and sensors. This is what I mean by that. And then I worked with Hussein, and then I worked with Hassan, and I am a board member at Enalsat. Entech Automation currently works in 3 business lines. One is motion control sensors, well, especially in additive manufacturing. We have a look into the equipment that provides the motion on the equipment. The second part is sensors, and the third part is hydraulic. And there we focus on power units, and we are acting as a block manufacturer, and we have a small portion of exports. So well, this is related with mechanical production. So we supply that power units for manufacturers. So industrial automation is what you represent today. So you will definitely focus on the today and future of industrial automation. We'll be hearing about the trends. Tunç, now on to you. Or in this case, this has been a start like a cheetah, actually. So this actually gave us the tune that we needed. Mechanical engineer is what I am. I graduated from Boğaziçi University in 1982. Movement and motion technologies was an area that I was quite interested in. I've been in this particular area for the past more than 3 decades. I really like this area, actually. For 1 year, I took a year off, and I realized that I really loved my job. And then I got back to my own industry. So in this time period, I started my career. I mean, 23 years ago, I was a project and sales and marketing manager, and then I was offered to take the title of general manager. So main dealership was what we were offered, and then I established my own company. A decade after the establishment of that, and we assumed the status of a joint stock company. We became corporate, and we've acquired the corporate structure. The journey started out with 3 people. Well, these stories are normally these stories start out with only 25 square meters, for example, but our presence was really wide, and then we started only a small portion. We started using only a small portion of our site. And a few years back, we moved to our new plant. It is a green plant at the moment. Since 2018, we have an R&D center. We've been serving this way. 120 employees we have. 50 of them are engineers. We address 16 industries. Don't make me count them because I'm confused. But motion control is everywhere, even though our topic is seems to be limited. But this is actually an area where quite diverse automation practices are taking place. At the start of our journey, I I was looking into industrial applications, but Bosch also gave us a new direction, and we were a main dealer, and automation was an area that we ventured into 17 years ago. First, we started with white goods and artesian lines, and then we started working with glass, etc. So robotic systems were also among the areas that we worked in, and I am a member of ENOSAT, and I am also a council member at Kocaeli Chamber of Industry. I am the head of the Digital Transformation Commission. So you are representing motion control PLC, and digital twins. We will be talking about that with Tunç. I am introducing everyone so that you have an idea about what each and every panelist will talk about. So Turkey General Manager was your former title, and now you're a Europe Manager. So let's hear from you and hear about your company. Well, thank you very much for this event. For a while, we didn't have the chance to come together. It's a great chance for us to be with you. It's a great exhibition. The panels are great. Thank you. Thank you very much again for your invitation. Gökhan Kırmacı is my name. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I completed certain programs at Koç University and in the States. I've been a Europe manager. I, by the way, am focusing on Turkey market. We will be talking about Turkey actually today, but as part of my title, I will provide a general overview about Europe. So without you saying it, I will be representing robots, because this is the most juicy part of it, the most delicious part of it, robots. It's easy to calculate. Well, I'm surprised now. I'm really surprised. Well, if you've changed your plans, well, it's easy to calculate things because it's always very clear. The inputs are clear, outputs are clear. Well, you're asking for it. It's going to be you, and it's going to be Hussein Bey. We will be pushing you. Yes, you're waging a war. I can see the logo on your T-shirt. If you're trusting it, so you're more than welcome. Well, yes, because we're talking about still irony here and willingness. So I'm not general manager. Eren, let's hear from you. Thank you very much for the invitation. First and foremost, it's a great pleasure for us to be with you after a long break. I representing ANOT for the past 4 decades. Our company is involved and operational on the side of industry. ANOT Industry and Trade is the name of our company. I'm the general manager, industrial automation, plastic injections, and production are the main business lines of this group, but I am looking into the trade side of it. Automatic control systems was the area that was the initial point of our company, and industrial automation systems is our field of interest. Automatic control started out like that, and then it continued to be industrial automation. So we've become a company interested in digital automation too. So this is how it goes for us. And on the side of the industry, our company is basically involved in serving as an integrator. So for the 30% of our employees are engineers. Different people with different backgrounds are making up our team. So this is how we continue our activities. Thank you. Thank you again. Eren represents artificial intelligence today. This is something that we talk a lot. And in the second round, Eren will talk about the contributions of Industry 4.0 to Turkey and to the world. So we will be talking about the future and where we're headed. Ahmet from Doruk Automation, he represents Doruk Automation here. And today he will be talking about digitalization in industry, industrial automation. Well, this is one of the critical parts of industrial automation. Let's hear from you and about your company. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you here today. And when I have a look at it, I feel very young here, actually. And when we feel our company, the strength of our company, I'll try my best to talk about my company. I've been at this company for 6 years, and I'm a member of a great team. And it's a great team because This is a team raised to serve all industrial enterprises, Turkey and all the world, and we represent the greatest engineering team in the world, and this is a source of pride for me to be part of this team. In 1998, Doruk started its operations in the field of industrial automation. It collected data from the field, and it is running online data with MRP system. So this has been a first in the world. And as for collection of data from the field, we produce microprocessors. Again, we have four main products, and they represent 98% of our turnover. And 98% of our turnover comes from it, and 60% of that, well, this is a significant portion of that, are all hardware investments. And in this particular point, we are a domestic company, and I can't really be humble here. We're very, very proud. And now, ProManage is our core product. Digitalization is the area that it is operational in, and digital transformation is what it addresses. As for data collection from the site, well, we use a digital IoT infrastructure, and we also use our own proprietary hardware products. Well, digital automation and digital transformation, well, this basically entails a cultural transformation. We'll be talking about that, but we also have consulting services in that field. We have a cloud product, again, an area where we have activities in, and this is all about machines and starting them, initializing them easily, and monitoring them easily, and making sense of the data protected from them, collected from them. So this is one of the products that we offer, and the transformation, change, these kinds of projects are conducted, and I am basically head of the team that implements these projects. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hüseyin Alıcı, tabii kendisinin biz 2 dönem ENOSAT
Dr. Hüseyin Alıcı, well, he is the vice president of ENOSAT for the past 2 terms, and Hüseyin was also one of the representatives of the people who discussed with us Industry 4.0. Today he's going to represent not Industry 4.0, but human beings. When I look at all of the panels, technology is being discussed, but at the very center is the human being. So we would like to get to know you now. I'm very happy to be with you, with representatives from the automation industry. I'm a graduate of Yıldız Technical University, Electrical Communication, and then at Istanbul Technical University, I completed a master's degree, and in biomedical engineering, I completed my PhD. I started at Türk Telekom, and in 1994, we established our group of companies. The company still operates. The head office is in Istanbul, and we will move to our new head office in a few months. Ankara, İzmir, Bursa, and next week, Adana. We will open our new branch office. So we have 5 offices. Since 2008, I have been part of ENOSAT. I undertook different positions, and I represented ENOSAT as the president for 2 terms, together with Hassan, the president of ENOSAT. We continue. Now, I understand your time there. I try to understand what you are going to ask me, or what kind of pressure are you going to put on me. There is a perception here. There are 2 people who will break that perception. Gökhan will answer whether unemployment will increase or decrease, and with Hussein, they will discuss the importance of human beings, no matter how much you invest in robots or robotics. If you don't have the human resource to manage those robots, it won't work. That's why both of you are examples. Let's start with the first round of the panel discussion. So we are accessories, I understand. In the first round, I'm going to give each and every speaker 8 minutes, and in the second round, 7 minutes. We might adapt the times. And I will show a few tables on the screen. I read many reports, international reports, and I'm going to share data from those reports. We're going to start with SAMI, Global Factory Automation Markets Report. Industrial Automation Markets Future until 2025. This is a very important report for all 6 speakers. I'll try to give examples from this report. One striking part. According to the observation of Fortune Business Insights, industrial automation market will have a compound aggregate growth rate of 8.8% until 2027. It's a very important market for Turkey. So how could we get a share from this? The global industrial automation market share will reach $368.3 billion until 2027. So there is a global industrial automation market. Well, the figures are very striking. Because of the pandemic, the interest in the automation increased significantly. Where are we as Turkey? You have 8 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Let us make some emphasis on the panel of EURASIA before ours. Industrial automation. The founders of EURASIA are from process automation industry. As far as I see, industrial automation started with the process automation. So my interpretation was the following. I don't know whether it's right or wrong. Process automation requires making use of machinery, but in partial production, it is possible to make use of manual work. That's how it started. Maybe other speakers have comments on this, and if they could elaborate on that, I would be more than happy. I really would like to know the answer to this question. And I would like to find an answer, get an answer from Malik and Hassan Bey. I can also give you an example. Well, I'm a board member of Kocaeli Chamber of Industry. Kocaeli Chamber of Industry sent us a letter saying that we must become a member of it. And I was a member of GIBS already. Well, we're doing assembly, and I have only one driller. Well, what will be the benefit to us? We can have a capacity report, and you can issue an invoice without a VAT. So I became a member of it. So I would like to make emphasis to the fact that that warning helped us a lot. We started with assembly, but now today we are in manufacturing. So we benefited from those days. Well, as a dinosaurs, dinosaurs couldn't evolve, so disappeared. But I don't think that the panelists on the previous panel are dinosaurs. They created that technological advancement, technological development in Turkey. They are not dinosaurs. The previous panels are not dinosaurs, but they achieved significant things in those challenging times, and we should be doing the same. So history should repeat itself. When planning these panels, we said, oh, okay, let's be on stage, but members of the association, the people who are not members of our association but who are in the industry could be with us. There are people who are with us physically in this room, I hope that we also have online participants. I hope you can also contribute to these discussions. There are some associations which are very effective in Turkey. I don't want to name any for the time being. Companies try to become members of such associations. We have to make InnoSat that attractive. Because automation industry is now a large industry and that should grow even further in Turkey. We should raise awareness about this. Let me give you information about the robots, stealing some role from Gökhan. There's a concept called DANST, a number of robots per 10,000 staff. In the latest report, it is 32. The previous report was 29. The world average is around 120. So per 10,000 staff, 120 robots are there. This figure is around 180 in China. Well, we shouldn't say even. Thank you for correcting me. I said even because in China there is a cheap labor and production shifted towards China. This was the perception. However, the reality is not like that. We see that automation is much more advanced today. We are still a country open to further development. I believe that robot density is very much related to the advanced status of automation. The more robots we have, the more automated we will be. When we look at the situation at the other countries who are our competitors, when we look at the status of other countries who export to the EU, especially to the values of the Eastern European countries' figures, our figures are very promising, and that average is increasing every year. We have to increase awareness about automation in Turkey. We are currently following the parity Euro versus TL, US dollars versus TL. We are closely monitoring it. Why? Because there is a competitive foreign exchange rate. What I understand from competitive exchange rate is actually cheap labor in goods and services. We are trying to compete against the others, against the competitors in other parts of the world, and we do. Some of the production started to shift towards Turkey from China or from the Far East. We continued to manufacture when Europe stopped. Throughout the pandemic, our exports increased and will continue to increase. So it's a good spring times. It's a good spring for us. Well, this is at the same time an obstacle. ROI values, and especially large companies, are important. Large companies, big companies can make a calculation whether investing in robots could save in the cost of labor. And they started to compete with the labor force. Our competitors will try to be ahead of us with automation. Advanced developed countries will make use of digitalization and automation. So in the future, we might not enjoy such a good time, such a spring, I should say. Before we came here, I had a nice discussion with Tansel. He has very nice views about the situation. In order to raise this awareness, I can give him the floor. If you could give him the microphone. Do we have time? Can we give the microphone to him? Let's give you 1 minute. Thank you very much. While talking to Sami, next year will be the year for industrialists when we should increase our manufacturing. While I came from Dubai, Turkey is becoming a hub. As the Republic of Turkey, almost bans export. Well, because we cannot, we do export everything. If you're working with 80% efficiency, we say, let's analyze your industrial level and let's make your efficiency level of 80%, 90%, 92%, 98%. We have to do such a study. We have to inform people about this. In the organized industrial zones, as ENOSAT members, if necessary, under our sponsorship, all together with Hanif and Metse, we should organize industrial days. We can go to Manisa organized industrial zone, and I can meet in Mersin, Adana, Kocaeli, the business people, to inform them, not the technicians. Thank you very much for your contribution. I'll give you 1 more minute. Thank you very much for your contribution. Actually, I have completed what I wanted to share with you. Well, given the competitive exchange rate, we should focus more on automation to grow further. Automation is not against unemployment. As the industry develops, the rate of unemployment goes down, and developed countries do display this picture. Thank you very much. According to this report, industrial automation market share will go up to $197.8 billion. Industrial automation share comes from movement control and pneumatics. So, Tunç Bey, what do you think about the picture? In Turkey and in Europe, you have 8 minutes. If you could share with us your views. Well, hydraulic, pneumatic, and fluids flow, these are the fields that we operate in. What about the intersection of these fields? Maybe the intersection is not a very large area. Companies either offer services in heavy industry or the other part. Well, we believe that the intersection is a small one, and it's very useful for us. They are complementary to one another, and it does enlarge our vision. We offer services to 16 different sectors. That's why our perspective, our point of view is much larger than others. So you can get the chance to apply something that others may not think of. There's a growth of 8.8% annual growth. This will increase by twofold in future. There is a fast development in the industry and in the demand. That's why we have to convince industrialists. If industrialists are not convinced, they will not survive. That's why they have to take that path. The path that they take has to be a bit different. Automation was only used for serial production in the past. As an economy of scale, Turkey is quite behind China. As demand is low, production costs are high, production amounts are low. We have to produce in big lots. You have to open to global markets. There are successful examples in Turkey. Digitalization has started to open new doors for us. Why is digitalization a need today? Because today people do not want to buy the very same things with the same cost. They want to buy something authentic that is tailor-made, that are special products. As it is the case with Industry 3.0, rather than producing in large volumes, we have to become flexible. How to become flexible? Automation is the answer to this. It's not, well, with automation, it's not only serial production. You can also add flexible production into it. Given that our market is growing, we have to add new things, and this will enlarge the market. I believe that this is a large market, and I believe that the engineering know-how in years has been developed in the past years by our doyens. So we are in a much more prepared position. We have a trained labor force. Turkish managers are successful. White-collar Turkish managers are successful because we have a good, well-trained labor force. So it's in our hands to develop these systems. We have to achieve them. There's one thing that we miss. Our industrialists should trust us. Two perspectives. One of them is about the fact that let's buy the already available one outside, abroad. We know the cost. Let's buy a certain number and let's get down with it. I agree with it. And sometimes you have to take a risk. That risk is not only the cost. If you continue buying again and again from abroad, then you won't pave the way for Turkish engineers. Turkish engineering companies don't have any responsibility, any means to growth. If you work with companies abroad, then they will have confidence in you. You can show that job, that work as a reference for companies in Turkey. This will help you to develop yourself. We know the trend. We know the market is very large. It's important for us to get a larger share from this market. We are improving ourselves everywhere, in every field. What I mean by this is the following. If you're talking about a line, none of the machinery that we produce would work when you push a button. Well, it consists of thousands of subsystems. When you design such systems, even if you think that you made the best design, there will still be problems. The important thing is to make sure that you have to listen to your customers, understand their needs, and then do the business as they want, still translate it into our own language and get results. This is like a chain reaction. When you complete a successful project, well, 16 or 17 years ago, we started a project in Arçelik together with Fırat. There are 16 or 17 growing lines. This was a line imported for millions of euros. Well, they gave it to 300,000 euros. We lost money, but when they gave it to us, that offer from abroad went down to 500,000 euros. Sometimes you have to take the risk. Sometimes you have to take some burden, and then you learn. People have different areas of specialty. Now we are a company that other companies want us to do work for them. This was followed by glassware and other sectors. In the heavy industry or in plant automation, I want all engineering companies offering services to be good. Competing with one another in Turkey is meaningless. The market is such a huge market. Rather than competing against one another, we should do joint work outside Turkey in global projects to raise the bar. By working together, by working as partners, I hope that this is not a very optimistic approach. I believe that we will do much better things. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunç. The last round, we will talk about Hüseyin. We will talk with Hüseyin on the human aspect of that, because 50% of digital transformation investments didn't really pull off. And 3 years after the investments taking place, some of the investments were stalled. So in a way, this points to human, well-qualified human resources. This is what we need. So without them, no investment will actually be beneficial. But I'll proceed with Gökhan. I have the 2020 report of IFR. This is about the robot investments. There is a drop of 2%. Well, this is due to the pandemic, which is quite normal, but industrial robots, in addition to that, service robots, mobile robots, this market is growing as well. We're not only talking about conventional robots, but there is a rising trend when it comes to the robots around the globe. And the general overview of the robot industry, you're a robot producer, how do you really see it? And what about the trends? What are the trends for robots? In 8 minutes, could you please wrap it up? Well, in the first round, I talked about global trends, and I will talk about global trends. And in the second section of my speech, I'll talk about Turkey and robots and its contributions to efficiency in Turkey. I'll talk about that in the second section. But one thing we share in common is digitalization and automation and the added value that we will derive and how significant it will be as a result of the investments that we did. Well, industrial robots play a significant role in here, and for us to understand it properly, we have certain data, long-standing data that basically cover many years. I've also purchased significant reports from different companies, including PwC. But in the first section, I can talk about the trends in industrial robots. robots, and how did it really change? And robot investments, the hurdles in front of it, and the factors that drive robot investments. I will talk about that as well. If we have robot integrators and distributors here, and they may also take a step forward here. So the trend, the biggest factor for us is the significant drop and rapid drop in the price of robots. This has to do with scale economies, actually. Robot manufacturers, especially the Japanese market, well, 80% of the market is held by the Japanese manufacturers, and all of the manufacturers in the past 3 to 4 years, they have doubled their manufacturing capacities. In the graph, compound annual growth rate, we were talking about it in the former slides, and compound growth. This is what we say. So on top of it, every year, we see a CAGR of 14%. This is what we're talking about. And the drop in the pricing of robots, well, when you compare it with the 1990s, a normal transfer robot, the average cost of it has dropped to $25,000. So this is a drop of 80%. So this is a normal calculation. So in a way, the return over investment, this has actually become shortened by 5-fold. And another significant factor for us is that, well, the significant increase in the sales of robots on a global scale. There's another factor. It is actually the increase of the costs here, because in many countries, the labor costs have risen significantly, and unionization is also a trend. I believe that this should happen, by the way, but there are many companies trapped with the middle income hurdle and trap. And in these kinds of countries, there is this perception of not being able to go over this barrier. And one reason for that is that some tasks, because dangerous and difficult tasks are delegated to robots, and workers do not really do these tasks anymore at a particular price. So the increase in labor costs they have also helped the shortening in the time in return over investment when it comes to robots. And as a manufacturer, I'd also like to point to the incredible increase in the number of robot models. We have the faster robots, we have the robots with shorter hands, and we've seen all these varieties, and all the tasks that are not feasible in the past are now feasible thanks to the new models. We have over 60 robot models, and well, a significant portion of that we didn't even put it on sale because this brings with it significant costs related with marketing and other processes. But the existing robot models didn't really make it possible to handle some automation processes. But now that we have more models, it's much more possible for us to carry out certain tasks. And ease of use is also another important factor for us. I'm not necessarily new in this sector. I only have a history of 12 years in that. But the information that I used to see back then and the interfaces that I see today, there is a significant difference between them. The ease of use and integration is quite easy. Rapidly, you can integrate it with all the systems. So all robot manufacturers are also pursuing this trend. So robotization is also facilitated thanks to that. So the ease of use that we see in robots also helps us shorten the return over investment when it comes to robots. And does this really pertain to companies in Turkey, the trends that you're talking about? Well, does it really apply to everybody? Well, there are 8 to 9 trends according to McKinsey's report, but when we compare it with our own reports, we have 6 trends that we've seen, and maybe some reasons are also covered in other reports, but these items, these trends that I cited are also in parallel with the industrialization and robotic automation trends in Turkey. And we have robot integrators, quite precious ones that we have with us, so they will comment on that as well. And by the way, another reason is that they have incredible capabilities right now. I think it was in 2011 that the robot that we developed, that the robot that we produced back then and the robots that we produce today, they have much faster models and features. So we basically upgrade ourselves, and competition is exponential here. And this is why we have very highly capable robots. We have many of them. So the tasks that can be performed by a worker and the tasks that can be performed by a robot, pick and place, for example, this is a very generic practice, and the capabilities of robots, unfortunately, are somehow, by the way, starting from 2020, it is what our projections show. I don't know if it pulled off, but many things that people could do, standard tasks can also be performed in the same quality and at the same pace. So this is one of the reasons why return over investment is shorter. And accessibility, this is also important. Accessible talents are important for us. We have professionals with us, we have experts with us, but 2 decades ago we would purchase a robot, but we didn't really know who to install, who would be there to install it. But we have a lot of people right now in Turkey. There are specialized companies like that in Turkey, so I have a significant player with us right next to me. So this is about accessibility to talent, and this also has to do with the shorter return over investment. So due to all these trends and reasons that I cited, we have 2 minutes, by the way. We have 2 minutes. And there's one thing that I'd like to ask here. This is a very good point that you're touching upon right now. Industry 4.0 has developed a lot, progressed a lot. There are many projects conducted for overseas markets. You've seen examples in Europe. Well, I think in the past 12 months, this is one of the greatest disappointments that I saw. The integrator that I see. Well, the average budgets I can see in Turkey, by the way. Well, a much better project can be carried out in Turkey with lower costs in Turkey. But I see similar examples in Europe. There may be some prejudice against the Turkish integrators, but on top of creating a global success story, we need to set a strategy. So give me a project and I'll make it a reference for myself, right? So integrators have the best capability here, because most people don't even imagine a robot there. But integrator would know the solution that will be implemented there most efficiently. So integrators are at stake here, so they need to land on projects. But robots is what I'm talking about right now. There are some projects that we carry out right now. I need to think about it personally, because the fact that integrators are running it alone, it's not really possible. Maybe we can work in interaction and coordination with MACFED, and we can get the support and assistance of MACFED, because I am sure that domestic market will develop and our integrators will also develop. But the more they go global, it will be faster for them to improve themselves. The design capabilities, engineering capabilities will be also making the most of it. You can reduce it, deduct it from my speaking time, by the way. The screen has changed. I think we've come to the end of my speaking time. We have 2 more minutes. Could you please explain it from the perspective of Europe and from the perspective of Turkey? Maybe in the second section, I will talk about Turkish integrators and how to really boost their capabilities. We can talk about it again. But one other thing I'd like to touch upon is the obstacle in front of robotic investments. One thing that I said here, in the past 25 years, well, since 1990s, there has been an 80% drop in the pricing of robots. But the most important obstacle is that the the robot production is quite costly, and 53% is what we're talking about here. So almost half of the manufacturers believe that robot costs are quite high. But this is not necessarily fair, because a robot investment and its return over investment, it would be probably 1 or 2 years. And there are projects where we see it going down even 1 year, but 2 years of return over investment. This means that you will have profits or earnings of 40%. This is great. So this is why it is related with the fact that we're unable to create a success story. But I'll talk about that. And one other hurdle in front of robot investments is that the current production infrastructures aren't necessarily enabling robotization here. And this is one thing that we see. How do we install it? How do we make the communication possible? And how do we really focus on the industrial part of it? And robotization and robot integration aren't necessarily welcome in the current production infrastructure. And robot investments, and one of the drivers of the triggers, well, 96% of that, 96% of that. And this is the drop in the costs of manufacturers. 96% of that make investments into robots thanks to the costs in the production. So this is completely related with return on investments. So you can basically derive the returns of that in 2 years. Well, $16 trillion is what's circulating right now, and you have a return on investments in 10 years. So this is a great earning on your own expenses. Quality has increased as well. Well, repetitive tasks are there as well, and it is completely independent of the psychology of the integrator. This is the quality of the product, and human input of that, or the worker input of that, is completely removed here, eliminated here. This is one of the key reasons. And productivity has also improved here. You can do it. So robot investments, these are the greatest drivers and triggers of robot investments. And the articles or items that I cited apply to the strategies in Europe, and this also pertains to the facts in Turkey as well. In the second section, I'll talk about robots and Turkey. I'll talk about the economic impact of Turkey. I'll talk about that in further detail. I don't want to take much of your time here. Well, thank you very much. This is a great point to drop it. McKinsey has released a report on the future of our jobs, and accordingly, 1 out of 50% of every 10 jobs will be robotized. I'm not saying automated here, because some of them work anonymously or autonomously, so artificial intelligence comes into play here, and it is quite important. And as for Turkey, again, in the same report, 6 out of every 10 jobs will become automated, and there is a threat in front of us, but qualified human resources can actually tackle that as well. So I'll talk about artificial intelligence, the technology of the future, the fact that everything is automated. We are talking about it with further AI. There is a report by PwC. This is about industrial automation and how it will impact artificial intelligence. We're talking about an amount of 16.7 trillion USD, and this is the size of the market. And what really concerns Eren is that 4.7 trillion USD of that is related with the added value, because plants are becoming smart. So the common point here is that as we make smart factories, you need to create an added value. So Turkey will have to grab a share in this huge pie of 4 trillion USD. So artificial intelligence, how do you really perceive that in the industry, and as an integrator, how would you assess the robotization? Do you see any hurdles, or do you see any opportunities here? Well, I'm going to pick up from where Gökhan left. His point is quite valuable here. The drop in the prices has had a radical impact, and I'd like to share an example with you. Last year, we created a project, developed a project. We were working with a technical manager that I've known for long years. In 2002, there was a leading industrial player there, and we were focusing on the mainline automation estimation of that, and the amounts that was paid for robots was 210,000 USD. Well, the main line, it was actually beyond even dreams. So this was a project, and this was the amount paid. And if we were to buy this robot, it was equipped with additional features. But today we would only pay 40,000 USD. I don't know if the budgets were different back then. So when you wrap it up, there is still this competition, the return on investment on the side of main industry. And when you have a look at it, production capacity has grown, and there are radical calculations out there. And one thing that we need to focus on is how we can utilize that. So dynamics remain here untouched, intact, and the efficiency in Turkey is also quite important. And integrator quality is at global level at the moment, so this means a significant opportunity. And on the side of artificial intelligence, but this is something everybody wonders, actually. Artificial intelligence that we're all talking at the moment. It's not a new phenomenon, though. The areas in the finance industry, well, we have seen artificial intelligence, but when we think about it, when we have a look at it on the side of industry, it doesn't really matter how advanced you are. Many technological revolutions may have happened, but human is always at the core. And unfortunately, the phrase artificial is somehow intimidating people here. I don't know what people really understand by that word of artificial. So if you are looking into it as an academic, in this case, you would perceive it as a threat. So augmented reality and artificial intelligence, these kinds of concepts will have to change in Turkey as well. And industry and use of AI in industry, this is actually at even module level in certain enterprises. There are modules including AI in certain units. This is something that has already started. We are an integrator for Siemens, and we can see solutions that are even at the level of module. And there are great domestic local manufacturers there in Turkey as well. New trends, for example, global players are there, but on the native side, on the Turkish side, we need to focus on the players here. So in a way, there is this opportunity for us to release the products at a simultaneous pace. And for it to be widespread, for the AI technologies to be widespread, I think we need a little bit more time. The reason for that is that AI is something that facilitates life, and this is something that is slowly being perceived and recognized in the industry. So this is being used in anti-fraud, for example, in the financial industry. So you basically monitor everything at large scale, etc. You compare the versions. So the finance industry has been using these kinds of engines and software programs. But for the industry side of it, plans are working with integrators, and when they invite integrators, there is always a problem. Can we solve this problem with the technology? This is why you're invited. This is a question for which you are supposed to come up with a solution. And it is actually going to be different for us to take part on the production side of it as well. And all the time in the industry, the more we have machines, humans would like to have the management side of it, the execution side of it, and it makes sense. This is where we're headed, and I think this is still a trend for us. But the solutions like artificial intelligence, well, before the process and after the process, what happens there, we need to know it in terms of data. At a micro level, an AI solution can be used, but the background executive processes should also be involved in terms of AI. Well, for sure, together with AI, the concept of integration, it should be also quite important. And the great things are being done here. And the new graduates go beyond conventional teachings at the moment, and they need to be able to comment on artificial intelligence. Finance, healthcare, AI is used, but everything is related with the network and know-how in the IT industry. But on our side, we have conventional automation technologies, and this brings with it a process for integration. And the fact that it takes time is that multidisciplinary tasks have to be conducted together. So from our viewpoint, from our perspective, the trend is quite rapid, it's quite fast here, and AI algorithms that are existing at the moment, it's being used already in the industry, and there were some comments coming from you. You are intimidated when you don't have a command of it, even if you have a budget, even if it is reported to you that it's going to be beneficial. Sometimes executives don't really make the decision to invest, and this is the main reservation concern. And AI, many of them are running on the cloud, and for us the data security aspect of it is more like a conservative here. So finance industry, I don't really believe that they're as conservative as we are. While extra security dimensions are at stake here and different capabilities are also important, but this is a process that runs on the cloud. And when you have a look at it for industry, edge computing is a concept that is rising, and many companies are working with edge computing, and many global players are also witnessing the development of these edge clouding or computing technologies. So we see the capabilities of that and benefits of that, but at the plant level, everything should be solved at a plant level. So this is the trend that we're headed towards, and all the technologies coming together and the development of that, these need to be quick. Well, the pilot practices are carried out in Turkey, and many investments are being made at the moment. And at the very essence and core of AI, we believe that it's going to become a more integral part of our lives. And I believe that many companies, only by looking at Turkey, and you're sharing global figures, significant numbers we're talking here, and I believe that it will even contribute to the export of software.
Vaziyette miyiz yoksa
Have we missed it, or are we still using it in industry? Just one more minute. Well, with the global examples, there are examples from Turkey, but in the global industry, I don't believe that they are fast enough. I believe that the frequency of data, then the density, is not good enough to be used on cloud. That's why we have now good examples in Turkey and at the global level. I don't believe that we have missed the train. The greatest threat is the hesitation by the investor. More IT people have to interpret on the automation sector. People who graduate from our schools, the people who graduate from classical disciplines have to accept the idea of learning these things. We haven't missed the train, but we have to learn to do business together, and the education should be further developed. Now, I would like to give the floor to Ahmet. Wow, 6% of that goes to data interpretation. That's why the expectation from you is very high. Gartner report says, in order to convert this into money, in order to improve this, Gartner says, with maximum practices between 2018 to 2020, there has been an improvement of $46 billion in factories in total. Yes, there's a risk, but if you work with the right company, with the right factory, this could be turned into an advantage. Well, we discussed the robot automation. Digitalization in production is very important. Communication between machinery is very important. So how do you see the situation as Doruk? You work with SMEs more. Well, 98% of the Turkish market is SMEs. So, could you find out from you the digital roadmap of or digitalization roadmap of Turkey? Thank you very much for giving me the floor. This is a very key point. You mentioned maximum practices actually make us make money, gain money. So far, we talked about the field, pace of production, that the production process should be error-free. That's what we have been talking about so far. The journey starts with the order placed by a company. Well, that company says, please produce that many pieces of this product for me. Now the requests have been changing. We started to get more details, and we have started to receive different requests for different types of production. We have to be able to manage these with speed and quality, and by implementing the right strategy, just like a chess game. Maximum practices guide us at the digital level based on past experience, and together with the human factor, we know what to produce and when to produce with whom. When we look back at it, everything is based on competition. Everything is based on production. Well, what I produce and how I produce will define how I can compete with others. Yes, I am making production. My machinery are automated, but when we look at the general picture on a world average, this is very important. When we look at the machinery, the efficiency rate of use is only 40%. If there is no improvement made, if I buy the machinery and if I have the operator use it, I start production. If I'm not making any improvement, then the efficiency is 40%, because sometimes we don't know what to do and how to do it. These maximum practices come into the picture right at this point. By communicating with machinery, we talk about digitalization, digital transformation. This panel is all about communication between machinery. So if you communicate with the machinery, what they produce, how they produce it, and then put it before the engineers, the white collars, we start to compare it with what the picture should look like and what we have in hand. I get an order, I should deliver the order at a certain time, but my machine stops. Why? Because there's a breakdown. Most of the remaining of the 60% is because of the fact that the machine is waiting, the machine is operating, the operator is ready to operate it, but the raw material has not been sent over there at the same time, or the right order, job order, was not placed at the right time. Therefore, delivery becomes more important. What will make us make money, or the ROI, is this. We also talked about the fact that investments threaten people, frighten people. We are moving towards something unknown. Let's assume that I'm going to buy a robot or go for automation. Therefore, the automation that I'm going to make should also tell me what I'm going to lose. Should tell me that machine is going to wait for so many hours or minutes. Automation also tells me any losses with respect to ROI. Automation tells me this is your loss if you eliminate it. So when you get rid of this, then you will increase it. This means that it reflects more on you. If I don't know what happens on the field, I don't know how to act. Digital transformation means you touched upon unsuccessful practices. When we talk about digital transformation, it's not only digital transformation per se. It's a cultural transformation. We have the human factor, we have the customers, suppliers involved. I won't get into your topic, Hüseyin Bey. I'm not going to steal your words. But this is a transformation, a digital transformation, corporate or cultural transformation. We always say that it has three players. We have the operator, white collars, and the senior management. If these three stakeholders come together at a shared denominator, then the system will go down. Well, you said that it does reflect an image on the mirror. All these stakeholders come together at a shared denominator and tell us what we should be doing. In digital transformation, it's not about taking something and plugging it in. Digital transformation means we disseminate information. With Enosat, that's what we're trying to do. We are a software company, and Enosat, please correct me if I'm wrong, Tunç Bey. You are one of the rare companies. Sorry, we're one of the rare companies in the industry. We support companies. Our shared denominator is to produce higher quality product. If I cannot produce it, then I cannot make money. I can say that this is what we do. That's all that I'd like to say for the time being. I do share some figures on the screen so that people would remember it better. I read international reports. These could be interpreted differently based on the situation in different countries. Now, I will give the floor to the President. This has been a long round. It all boils down to human beings. One of the top managers of a technology company says, I have a lot of money, I make many investments, I can bring in the whole technology, there's nothing that I cannot purchase, but I cannot find people to use that technology. So it's a self-criticism. That's why training people is very important. Developments in science and technology increase the demand on automatic technologies like robotics. These technologies make life easier for people, make their jobs much more effective and correct, so increase demand in them. We discussed Society 5.0 2 days ago. We have been discussing with the Industry 4.0 since 2015. We now know that it's not only about investing money in it, it's investing in people as well. That's why you established Society 5.0. What do you think about using machinery and people? This has been a very good summary, because human beings are at the essence of everything. Technological concepts and developments do have a deep impact on our lives. Industry 4.0, as you mentioned, so AI, digital transformation. While talking all of these things, we have just realized one thing. A digital structure without human beings involved cannot be talked of. As you said, starting from 2015, actually, we held our first Congress in 2014 about Industry 4.0, and in 2013 at Davos, I had the opportunity to follow Industry 4.0 presentation. Since then, we have been talking about this. We have been explaining to everyone. You have been explaining it to everyone. I also would like to thank Hannover Messe for their contribution in explaining it to people. People have started to understand it, but still there is one thing. One failure is much better than thousands recommendations goes, the trick is saying. Starting from 2020, with the pandemic, people understood that digitalization or automation or AI-supported autonomous structures are necessary. Yes, they are necessary, but with the global crisis in 2008, Industry 4.0, Industry 4.0 has a future. Well, the previous industrial revolutions started and finished. In 2008, something else happened. Because of the human impact, developed countries lost against China. It's for the first time that a revolution was declared before that revolution took place. It's for the first time. Well, everybody buys iPhone now. iPhone or Samsung are the phones that we use right now. When it is declared, it's not easy to implement it. At the end of the day, it's all about human beings. One of the reasons why we cannot get any jobs from abroad is the fact that it's all based on human factor. I don't think that there are many companies here represented where people cooperate with one another. Even if you're a very good engineering company, it doesn't matter. Finance is very important. Maybe a business person comes and says, I'm going to take this business, and he would get 250 engineers to do it. This is a commitment. We do see that it's all about human beings. It also involves R&D. If you don't have an R&D team working harmoniously, then you cannot achieve anything. It is no longer physical, but mental power. In R&D team, in R&D department, it's not easy to have a team working harmoniously. After all, it's human beings working together. With digitalization, we need more and more qualified people. Well, there's more and more pressure on qualified people, software developers. As we don't have too many software developers, they want to quit. After a while, they say, I'm very tired. There are some of them who work for 18 hours a day. Yes, there are some people. That's why we have seen the emergence of a new world order. They say, I don't want to work, I don't want to do physical work, but I want to do mental work. In developed countries, we see it more and more. The work weeks are getting shorter. They want to do more mental work, but less number of days. AI or industrial automation, these structures cannot survive without human beings. Well, for example, you have to excavate a certain area. You can do it with human beings, but in digitalization, you cannot do it. Today, if I don't take my card, if there's no one there at the toll machines where they can, to whom you can show your card to, then you won't be able to get inside. Here, collaboration is very important. We have to change the way we do business together. We have to teach the new generation, because new generation uses digital tools. What is important here is that they have to write software, develop systems. Everybody is using digital tools. I'm sure the people in Africa are also using digital products well. That's why I believe that Society 5.0 is very important. Students are important, young engineers have something to do. So everybody has something to do. Now we have a concept in our lives which is called lifelong learning. The human factor has to be there. We see that it comes to the most important point, and this is something nice, something without people cannot be cheated. We have come to this stage, at this very stage in our lives, and it's only thanks to human beings. We'll start the second round with you, because I want this to be remembered. I would like you to touch upon more on Society 5.0. We need to develop competencies to be able to use the technologies. If there are any questions, we can take a question. If not, we can continue. Okay, let's continue. Well, from our 6 speakers, we learned about what we should know about technology. We discussed the picture in Turkey and in other countries. There's another opportunity that is not discussed much in Turkey, and there are very few examples in the world. But this is a report by the World Economic Forum. Until 2030, together with the 5G, the industry will be reshaped. I believe that you should read this report. Another striking fact about this report is the fact that 5G will change industry completely. Everything that we have been discussed will have to change. So the infrastructure should deploy 5G. This means it will produce an annual global economic output of 13.2 trillion. According to the World Economic Forum report, if you cannot use 5G, you won't survive in the future. Well, using robots are very important. Wow, it's 300 terabytes per robot of data production times 10 robots. At Renault today, in the Bursa, it is like 200 terabytes of data produced on a daily basis. No matter how many robots you have or industrial systems you have, if you don't have the infrastructure for communication, you will be blocked. I keep talking about 5G. Let's continue with you. You have brought the system to a good point. Let's discuss what the future will bring us. There's a very nice saying. The future of production is going to be virtual labor force. It doesn't say human beings. It will go virtual. We, human beings, will go virtual. We will have virtual reality. And the metaverse is the vision that is set before us. So what about Society 5.0? Let's discuss that. What kind of mission does it have for us for the future? And I would like to touch upon your role. 6 minutes per panelist. You have 6 minutes. What should we do to prepare ourselves for the future? The floor is yours.
Aslında bu toplumda kısa bir tanımlama yapmak istiyorum.
Well, here is a quick definition, which will be easier for us to follow through. A super smart society is what they call it, but I would like to call it aware, because society was always smart already. So cyberspace, it can't be the digital world or the virtual world and the world that we live in. We are talking about a human-centered society, understanding where the virtual world and our world are running in integration with one another. So maximum integration between the two worlds. I'm talking simply here in simple terms. So you are to apply for a passport, right? And then we will be able to do it without you having to go there. Well, for sure, you can't really do it with fake ID information or fake addresses, or you're about to report at a police station, but you can do it remotely. So this is something that we're familiar with, or that we're going to get used to. And in academic circles, we talked as follows. Well, the workers and the youth and all walks of life, all parts of society will be integrated with society, and we wanted to contribute to their integration, because people always have this perception together with industrialization. Well, okay, my life will be ruled by robots and machinery and mechanics, and everything is very unnatural, and I'm stripping myself of the naturality of it. But currently, all the valuable companies here are looking for qualified personnel, and I am sure that they're all looking for a qualified workforce, but they can't find any, because I'm looking for a qualified workforce and I can't find any. We have to train them, we have to raise them. Sometimes we have interns and we train them. So industrialization coupled with digitalization, people react against it. I'm going to be replaced by robots, am I going to lose my job, etc. This is a generic fear, and so we need to eliminate it first. We need to address this first, and we need to convey the message that life will be better when these technologies are in our lives. So on TV, on media outlets, on social media, even on Clubhouse, they say artificial intelligence will take away our jobs, they will replace us. So it's like everybody's mourning already. And people like fear-mongering, people like being not optimistic. In this case, we see resistance, reaction against it. In a way, we see a society that is not necessarily into technology. So resistance against technology, this is something that we need to address, because digitalization brings with it an incredible life, promises an incredible life, both at business and in social life. And I'm even talking about entertainment here. It's an incredible chance. So the concepts like metaverse, for example, you shouldn't only think about it like a game, because many things that you do publicly or even in business, well, this is a scenario that we're looking into at the moment. Ahmet, what he said was quite accurate, 60%, right? You said 60%, because this is the reason for it. This is not really related with the mistake or the error. It is due to the efficiency. So it is due to the lack of synchronization. When you move it to the digital environment, it will be more entertaining. People don't necessarily like data, but on a digital realm, I'm looking into it as metaverse. I'm talking about it in future terms, so it's going to run. You're saying you probably didn't see it because that's why the production is suspended. funded. But some executives already are doing it, but don't say it. I'm not going to say it. I don't really want to create a problem. Maybe I need to take him out to dinner to convey something. Well, but digital world will basically eliminate that. For 2 years, we're working on it. Our efficiencies have improved a lot. The control of the technical data, the control and checking and the monitoring of the orders, etc. Everything that we do is monitored digitally. So you didn't do it, and you didn't do it, the digital data says, and we say, okay, let's do it then. So when I leave it to an executive, they're human beings. So even if you hand a certain task over to me, after a while I'll surrender, I'll give up. I just don't want it to be completed today. We worked a lot already, sales are going well, I'm not going to deal with it today. So this is what I would say too. So everything needs to be digitized there. So this is why efficiency is something that we need to address, because people feel a little bit demotivated, and you basically treat people differently, looking into their performances. Each and every example that I share here is a loss. So we need to be more humane, more human-centered, because we're talking about impartiality here, objectivity here. So this is an important effect. I don't know if I've finished my 6-minute speaking slot, but our future is about the collaboration between digital transformation and humans. So this is the approach we need to have, Society 5.0. Otherwise, we can't adapt ourselves to the new world order in Turkey. This has been a great summary. I'd like to contribute to you. Jeff Bezos was asked, the CEO of Amazon, digital transformation, what did it bring? Opportunity, and I have more women employees, I have equality, opportunity, and justice. So you will probably have different answers. Some will earn money, but some others will earn something else. So you have a look at it. There is not an automobile or Netflix. It doesn't even own a TV channel. Amazon doesn't have a shop, brick and mortar store. But all CEOs have said something in common. I've come here and I've attained this position with my employee culture. So in the digital transformation roadmap that they had, human is lying at the core. This is why Society 5.0 Academy is quite important, the fact that it's established. I'll go with Eren. I'll try to be quick. And Industry 4.0 is what we're talking about. That's great. Let's continue talking about it 2 decades from now. Let's continue about it. Let's talk about it too. So at least let's talk about what it brings to you with tangible reports. I have a report of ABI Research Industry 4.0 by 2030. It is going to contribute to 140 trillion USD. So I think it will be something like 110% higher than that. So by 2030, there will be a contribution by Industry 4.0 for 140 trillion USD. And according to Gartner, 42 trillion USD has been the contribution of the Industry 4.0 to global trade. This is something that we've been talking, digitalization roadmap. So 42 trillion USD is the total market size. So let's have a look at the Turkish market in 6 minutes. How do you see Industry 4.0 and its vision for the future? Well, how do you really evaluate opportunities here? In this tour, we'll be talking about the future. So please make your comments accordingly. Well, we've been talking about this for a while in Turkey. Many commands have been delivered, but this is the first time that, well, in the past, we were invited by an organization, and normally there is an idea in the minds of people, so they basically would like to hear what they would like to hear from you. So normally an investment is already made and everything goes as planned. But since the day we started talking about Industry 4.0, everything has become very has come from the top. So we're talking about it at the level of investor and executive at top levels, and this is a process that facilitates and accelerates investments. So many rapid steps have been taken in Turkey. On the side of automation, investors and solution providers have taken rapid steps. You can name it or you don't have to do it. So this is a matter of culture at the moment, and the approach to Turkey, approaching Turkey, I've seen it. Some circles said, I don't need it right now. The moment I need it, I'll go and purchase it. But this is a game of culture, right? Because this is something that you can't really purchase, because the culture should be embraced first by the workers in the plant, operators, the plant manager, executives, everybody should have a grasp of it. So this is a process. And other circles believe that they didn't really need it. And unfortunately, the pandemic hit hard. All the bottlenecks in production and more automation was needed, and it was very clear. It was made clear by the pandemic. The freight costs going up and the balances changing in the world also made Turkey more attractive. And for the past 5 years, we've been talking about these issues, and the fact that the projections are coming true right now, but people have already been preparing. So no names have been given, but significant investments have been made. So I believe that on the industrial side, things are quite fast. Unfortunately, significant supply-related problems are awaiting us for 2022 for local and global manufacturers. But I believe that investments will continue at full speed, because the results and consequences of the investments have already been observed. The initial fears have been eliminated, have dissipated. Metal Industrialists Union, we were involved in a project that they carried out. You've probably heard it. It was basically underneath a plant in Ataşehir, a building in Ataşehir. So we created a smart plant, and I've been in the project as a system integrator. Many projects we're talking about, the fact that it was implemented, there were points that even we weren't able to imagine. Everybody heard that it was something doable, and many integrations were made, integrations that we heard or didn't hear about. So digital technology centers were also launched and initiated. Many projects to this end are ongoing, and investors can see that it's happening. So I believe that there's a collective fight or struggle here. So without this fight or struggle, players will slowly take a step outside the game, and investors will come in to expand their capacity. So in terms of Turkey, I'm happy. And on the global side, the discussions are ongoing, but the qualified workforce and human resources should be created actually, or everybody should be investing in it, or they should be raising their own qualified human resources, and then we'll have significant infrastructure projects. Thank you very much, Eren. Ahmet, now on to you. My question to you again will be related with a quote from a report. So Statista's the technology report states that the AR and VR industry will have a direct impact on many industries' investment plans by 2026. And the latest data shows that the global market here concluded 2020 with a volume of 18.8 billion USD. So with this, companies have basically saved almost 14 billion USD thanks to the use of these technologies. So how will it really take shape? Will people continue investing in these technologies, or what will be the new trends in the future? It would be great to hear from you in the coming 6 minutes. Well, first of all, I'd like to answer your question. Integrators, we talked about that, and we are an integrator too, and actually we are focusing on integration here, and it can be an integration between functions and integration between systems, and we are an AR systems. They are being integrated, and for this they need this technology. Without you knowing which product is running in, well, it can be an AR system or VR system. When you see it, you probably don't know according to what you're going to process it. And for this, you will need MES. And will it be the same order? You'll see it visually, and it may even be, it'll even be like the same, it'll look like the same product, but it may have different features to address different clients. And this is something that's possible to understand with these technologies. Well, actually, I'm turning to Hussein here, my professor. Qualified workforce, we actually see the fields where we can make use of our qualified workforce together with the competition. So we are becoming more digital, and I'll share some examples. I'm electrical and electronics engineering, and I also had friends from the industrial engineering department during the time I was at university. It was quite an abstract term for me. I'm an electronics engineer. Yes, I knew that I had to find out what PLC was about, but I am actually doing an MA at industrial engineering, but I also saw what it was about out on the site. And industrial engineers are the people who basically took surveys of the site. But unfortunately, this is not confined to that, because digital transformation, well, they have the workforce, but the systems can do it already. Process improvements, product enhancements, and relationship enhancements should be handled by people instead. So we have significant data, and for this system, we're always talking about continuous improvement and continuous development, but without this system, can we really achieve improvement? This is not something we argue, because improvement is something that comes easily. But what does this technology bring in? Well, the data that you collect easily, so in 6 hours, you will need to collect data, and for 2 hours, you will have to improve and filter this piece of information. So unfortunately, this isn't very efficient, and I'm talking about minimizing it. I'm talking about how efficiently a machine is working, because quality and maintenance is also important. Raw material parameters are important, machinery parameters are important here. So you need to collect this data, and this is what big data is all about as a basis of AI. And for you to make sense of it, you need to be able to improve many pieces of data, and this is a need that arises. And what does the system bring in? They automatically collect this data and they report it to you. There, at this particular point, my workforce, well, I am talking about people's brains here. Well, I need to understand what to improve and how by looking into this data. And this is what this technology is all about. And this is basically, to better put it, this is actually where we get rid of the burdensome part of it and we focus on the engineering part of it. So how do we really do it? The quality control isn't something, the quality cannot be controlled, it can be generated. This is something that we say. So quality tests are carried out and we derive certain data from it, and improvements are made accordingly. So I'm going to associated with the same point. Will it be a quality product or low quality product? Rather than running after it, I will see the root cause of it before taking action. So all the things that we're talking about are involved in it. Can you really remove a human from it? Well, actually, to a certain extent, maybe to the extent of dealing with the cumbersome part of it. So this is what I'm trying to say, and it will be even more important, because the more beneficial we'll understand it is, the more use of it, the more use we will make of it. And rather than it being a popular, it will be something indispensable. So a top-down attitude, well, yes, it is important. Why? Because the personnel at site and the senior managing levels, they actually would like to see a piece of data, right? Even operators. I'm not actually trying to look down on operators, but when you are about to take a decision, well, you need to push that button all the time. Well, they can only do it to a certain extent. They can only do it for 1,000 times, and after a while, they'll start questioning it. But the more you share the outputs of it, yes, we have an AR and VR system here, and we are going to utilize you for more quality, higher quality tasks. Well, this can be an explanation you would make to the workforce, and then this is when you become more centered on human and customers. You'll see the benefits for all these stakeholders. Well, the production monitoring and production management systems, there is a futuristic approach that I've heard about, and in the future, virtual workers will be there, and we will be their bosses, and these virtual workers, we will be monitoring them as well. So trends also point to virtualization. And on to Sami. And I have a report here. This is related with the industry and where he serves. Hyper-automation has become a hot topic, especially in the light of automation and AI systems. Gartner's Technology 2025 report is an important report. Image processing and camera systems will contribute to $1.3 trillion to global economy by 2030. $140 trillion is the total size of the market, so this is the share of it in the market. So CCTV or camera systems, we have practices like that, and systems are changing. AI-supported robots are there that we have. And how do you really define this future? And would you like to summarize it in the coming 6 minutes, especially the future trends? Well, thank you very much. Well, image processing. Before I focus on that, I'd like to point your attention to certain themes here. Human. Well, they shouldn't do repetitive tasks, and today people are still doing it, and humans aren't really created for repetitive tasks. They aren't fit for repetitive tasks. And Industry 4.0 will be related with that. And another point is in the NSAT panel before us, I'd like to make a reference to that. The experts of the industry, the companies making production back then, before, without any evidence, they were given their projects and they were quite courageous. They were blind enough to take on these projects to carry out. And what really changed in the meantime, because now industrialists would like to see references as to where this project was carried out in the past and how the results of that were found out, and how the calculations can be made, and what kind of earnings can the industrialists have. So why don't they really take this risk anymore? Because we're still very courageous to take on these bold projects, but maybe the education system should also be changed. And there are certain systems that are shaping our thinking. For example, multiple choice tests, they have somehow squeezed us into a corner, and it also corroded our courage a little bit. And humans should be encouraged for workplaces where they are more courageous and they are more willing to make mistakes. Well, having touched upon your field of expertise, actually. So companies are striving to cut costs. So this is why they're investing. And digitalization also can be included in this, because the companies make investments only because they think that they will make an earning. And as Gartner's report mentions, significant part of everything, significant part of investments remain unfinished. And we always tend to associate it with technology. Yes, there is this dimension to it, but the main issue is actually reducing the costs and increasing the speed. maybe the members of the association or the industry should learn something here. So to cut costs and to increase the speed, manufacturers are taking steps, and how can we really make sure that they calculate it? So we are the consultants, this automation investments, when they do it, what will they earn and how will we help them? Maybe we can calculate it together. How can we calculate it together? This is an important topic. Maybe we can conduct shared studies, collective studies. So image processing. Maybe we should talk about sensors.
PLC üretim, PLC
Let me share it with PLC, and then the PLC should start the action based on the algorithm. But now the sensors are used for error detection mostly. That's why sensors are used more, just for this purpose. Now we have visual inspections on top of it. Some of the checks done by human beings are now done by cameras, or could that be done by cameras? Image processing is not something new for Turkey. At the beginning of 2000s, I did my first practice. It could be even in 2000. Why do you think it's being discussed a lot nowadays? Because image processing is used a lot at factories. But while using image processing, we as people have been developing the algorithms supporting them. For example, whether that lid sticks to the top of this water glass. There are some image processing algorithms. These were designed by human beings. As the product changed or diversified in nature, or as the errors diversified, the definition had to be updated. Let's not call it artificial intelligence, but deep learning or machine learning. The focus was on how machines could learn. Well, as you use machine learning or AI algorithms, image processing algorithms now process the already learned algorithms to detect the sizes and any errors. It's possible to see such products here in the trade show, and you can also see an example at our booth. So AI or machine learning became part of our lives in time. Thank you very much, Sami. Now I'll give the floor to Gökhan. I'm going to say a few things. I'd like to share with you some data or some findings of the reports. According to the McKinsey report, with the use of robotics, 400 to 800 million people will have to leave their jobs or change jobs by 2030. The World Economic Report, the Economic Forum report, published another report saying that you will work in more qualified jobs. The World Economic Forum says it's something that is important for us. 40% of our competencies should change, and 50% should develop new competencies. Now I'll give to you. Well, we see the use of industrial robots more and more. We will see this momentum more and more until 2025. In 2025, 67% of the jobs will be done by robots and 33% by human beings only. So we will see more and more robots involved in work lives. This is a report of International Federation of Robotics of 2020. By 2025, the robot institutions will increase up to 4 million. We see that more and more robots are getting involved in our lives. Should we be afraid of the increase of robots as a robot producer? As we will have more qualified people, what kind of opportunities could this offer to us as human beings, as we use more qualified robots? There's a video of Nokia withdrawing its most popular phone from the market. The man is crying, we didn't do anything wrong, but we lost. You don't do anything wrong. You do everything according to the old rules, but you lose market share more and more. You can watch this video on YouTube. This is a very good example of how digital transformation changes our lives. There are some estimates about robots replacing human beings. I agree with those estimates, but which jobs? What kind of jobs? Since 18th and 19th century, we started to see a trend. It's a social resistance against machinery, people breaking printing machines or the steam engines. Since those times, these digital transformations or machinery transformation, well, digital transformation does not date back so long in history. There has been always a fear of losing jobs. When we look at how things progress, this should be done in peace, not as a fight. Robots will replace us in physical jobs. It's a given fact, maybe in 5 years' time or in 30 years' time. But what's important here is whether we will achieve this transformation in peace or fighting with one another. Of course, I'm sure that people will not leave their comfort zones and go back to steam engines. What is important here is to be able to do this in peace. What's important here is that whatever jobs do offer future opportunities, then people should guide their children towards those areas. Physical jobs will be replaced. There are some philosophical thoughts. Some some philosophical opinions say that physical work is against decent work. Well, if robots are replacing humans in, for example, standard welding works, then robots should replace humans. This is something very dangerous for humans. They should not have, humans should not have so much interaction with machines, or should not be staying in areas where there are too many chemicals. There are also many potential jobs. Let me share with you a few jobs that are promising about robotics. In 2021, the number of robots sold in Turkey increased by 11%. The figure is between 2000 to 2100. So this was the figure for 2020, and we expect a similar increase in 2021. Robot density, number of robots per 10,000 people is 32 in Turkey. It's 120 in the world. So this is a huge potential for us. We believe that Turkey does have a very sound potential. There are reasons for me for saying so. There's a new trend called nearshoring. There are developed European economies. They want to have their production in near territories. So global companies, 20% of them have been considering bringing production back to their countries. It's called onshoring, and it's like 20% of those global companies considering just cheap labor does not survive. There's nothing like cheap labor. It can help you save time for a short period of time. Well, in terms of qualified workforce, Turkey does offer a workforce because of the geopolitical location of Turkey, and this is something that we have been told for many years since childhood. Turkey becomes a hub again. Let me give you an example. When we compare the transport costs, freight costs of moving robots, so the freight costs increased by 6 times in maritime, and 3 times if you use airlines for our robots. That's why it has become more important to go for nearshoring, to go for closer territories for production. Many of our customers now know robots, but they are still in the phase of getting their first robot. In Europe, we have different strategies. Maybe it's the second one. In Turkey, our customers are now getting their first robots. So the world average is 126, but in Turkey the global average, the average is 32. That's why we believe that this 32 offers a potential for the future. In recent years, in recent times, with a competitive exchange rate, well, I don't believe that this exchange rate is a competitive one. With this weak exchange rate, the business model or the economic model will be more export-based. The GDP, when we look at the GDP calculations, I'll share a few figures with you and then finish my words. The growth of a country is based on state and personal investments. In all GDP calculations, we have this formula. Well, with respect to expenses and investments, I won't go into that. But I'm going to talk about current balance. Investments should be made for exports, and robotics does help with it. Well, we had the volatility 3 or 4 years ago. 30% of our customers, 1/3 of our customers were addressing the domestic market, and now they are just exporting. So they have focused on investing in robotics. There is a huge potential in exports because the exchange rates actually they don't suffer much from it. The export rate is going down to 1.2. It used to be 2. We don't have a shared strategy. So Because of that reason, a Turkish manufacturer competes against another Turkish manufacturer for an end user in Italy. That is detrimental for us. In the last 25 years, I did a regulation analysis. There is a 67% positive relationship. When we grow, the number of robots increasing has a positive impact in the economic growth. This means the investments made in robotics do support GDP. So, with the increase of having more robots, has an exponential impact on the exports and the GDP calculations. It's because of the correlation. So, for Turkey to grow economically, one of the most important tools or catalysts, if we say automation is one of the tools, robotics is going to be one of the most important players. Well, I use my own way of calculation to give you an idea. I believe that in the next 4 years, this table shows that 85 million jobs will be used because of incompatibility between human beings and robots. But we will have 97 million new jobs created. Let me continue with Tunç, our last speaker, and then after Tunç Bey, I'm going to get one sentence from each and every one of you. In factories, according to Gartner, we're talking about a market of $3.1 billion of digital twin technology. And this technology, digital twin technology, will be used by at least 50% of large industrial companies. Is this a new technology? What will be the added value of this technology? It's a new technology. Well, I'm happy that they are part of Mexit. I was going to give an example of Mexit. Well, all of the data, all of the parameters of a production facility are uploaded on the digital twin, and then you see the results. So for such process investments, digital twin is such a great opportunity. With minor changes in parameters, you can get very good results in terms of quality, in terms of cost. As this technology gets cheaper, it will be used more and more. That's obvious. Everything is being done virtually. Let me give you an example from our company. We have a service company and a training company. PLC pneumatic training sets are available in the training center. People use these training sets for their trainings. There's no need for them to own those training sets. All they have to do is to wear the glasses to get that training. In product designs, there are 3D drawings. They help you with analyzing the product. So this helps you with making minor changes on the product. In next, well, it is the largest technology center of the world. Well, when I heard the word large, it doesn't mean physically a large place. So it is really physically large and virtually large. They have great works. Let me touch upon something else. I agree with Hüseyin. We cannot do anything without touching upon human beings. Wow, machinery were broken in the past. People feared losing their jobs, but somehow people do not lose their jobs. Even if there are some exceptional solutions are found. So I have an optimistic view. So the jobs lost will be replaced by others. If you say Generation X, I'm from the Generation X, they are mature enough, old enough. We are still trying to learn something new. Otherwise, we cannot learn and follow. So Generation Y is in between. They know Generation X. They know those people who have been who worked a lot, and Generation Y knows the new generations. So it's an interim generation. And my expectation from the new generation is much bigger. Let me give you an example from my family. For example, my son. I asked my son about something, and he says, I have already researched about it. It's very difficult to tell them something. So they take that info from different sources, and they come to you.
Well, this is more like reverse mentoring. So we will be learning from the youth. We're talking about corporate culture, how to integrate digitalization with the company operators, and then we're looking at higher levels at the moment. So there should be a budget allocated to it. But it's not only higher ranks, because we're talking about a pyramid here, and every people on different levels, they should be embraced out. So demand should be coming from every side. So the implementer should be embracing it. Otherwise, it won't really mean anything. This is why the youth will be acting as catalyzers, and they will continue to do so, because within this pyramid, young engineers, young technicians should have a say and should be involved in the process. And we should also hear their own opinion. We should look at the situation from their perspective. Otherwise, we will keep on stumbling with old, outdated methods. So it's quite important. On behalf of Enosat, I'd like to announce news. A few months back, I called the members of the extended board, and a young Enosat was formed, and this was something that we conveyed to all the companies and automation community. I believe that it is going to contribute to them a lot, and I started learning a lot. Python software, for example, is among them, and it is lectured and delivered by a young person. He's so willing, so eager that he says we're going to go towards machine learning from here. Without machine learning, nothing works. So machine learning isn't really related with the memorizing side of it. It's actually the machine learning things. It acts as a human and it makes a prediction. Otherwise, it's only memorizing and there's no creativity left. So together with this young leg of our activities, I'm quite hopeful about the future. So can we please get a microphone, because the owner of this panel is Hasan Basri Karakıyan, the chairperson of Enosat. I'd like to give the floor to him, and I'll hear his opinion on today's panel. You're the owner of the panel. I'm not the owner of the panel. The owners of the panel are there on the stage. When you asked me to moderate this panel, I knew that it was going to be a great panel. Well, back then, I paid the bill for it because of high speed. Actually, a traffic fine I was charged. It was a bit nostalgic for me to drive from Istanbul to Ankara, and I always followed the traffic rules. But then I felt very, very energetic, and then I realized that the police made me stop. I enjoyed all the panelists with I listen to them with great pleasure. Digital transformation brings with it significant duties that we all need to assume. Digital transformation brings along big opportunities, but it also has certain threats and dangers. Just like you cited, there is an incredible number of failures and stories of failure. And contributions will be made to digital transformation by us, and we need to minimize this number. As dinosaurs, for example, we didn't even have any failures or unsuccessful examples. We did our best to revert it to a successful situation. So it even sometimes meant us sleeping out on the site. So therefore, we all need to do more and assume more duties for this digital transformation. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I also would like to have a final, well, very, very short message. Well, we've focused on human beings, and we are where we are thanks to human, and it will be the case. And I agree with Tunç. Everything will be with the youth. Many great examples are there on the site. We're very, very hopeful. And we will be doing it together with Enosat and Young Enosat. One sentence from you. Well, common ground, we talked about people, we talked about human, and I believe that training and education plays a significant role so that we can achieve this transformation. And where is Turkey? This is a question. I believe that there is no obstacle in front of us. Turkey is in the game, but for it to be stronger, we need to place importance to education. I think I'm the only person who is on the Terminator side, or who is being robotized a little bit. Well, I'll talk about Turkey. I don't need to speak in general terms. Unemployment rates are high, and I'm very uncomfortable with that. And a few years ago, we provided free of charge robot operator trainings. And there was a great shortcoming there. And to address that, before the pandemic, we delivered free of charge training courses, and there was no condition for admission. It could be unqualified worker, it could be university students or new graduates. So it was the training courses we delivered, and we're starting this training course this year, and it's completely free. Without them needing any investment, they can get the title of robot operators. So robots, we are trying to sell robots at the same time, but at the same time trying to create additional jobs, and this is all we can do at the moment. Tunç, the youth and the technical and vocational training, this is something that we all need. It is not only for the former generations, because especially the intermediate staff, well, sometimes we tend to look down on them due to the name that it has, but our mentality should be changed here. We need to do whatever is needed, and we need to encourage our youth accordingly. This is how we can see the industry develop, and this is how they get the wages that they deserve, and even enjoy the conditions that are better than today's conditions. Yes, we talked about the youth. Everybody is looking for workforce at the moment, but unfortunately vacant positions cannot be filled. In Izmir, I had a colleague and I talked with them yesterday, and they've been looking for 50 people, for example, or it was the day before that, 27% is the amount of young unemployment. And this is a significant level compared to Eastern European countries. It is 3 times higher than that. I agree with all of you. People are not involved in physical or operational tasks at the moment. They are basically interested in tasks that will require their mental capacities. And this is a task that we all need to focus on, and we need to be raising human resources, automation sector, and the companies in the sector should also have activities. Well, for sure, you are producers of the industry and technology, and I don't think I'm the right person to make a comment on that, but you're more than welcome. A quick contribution. Gökhan considers himself a terminator here, but please rest assured that by 2040, the youth who will start their career, 50% of that, more than 50% of that will be working for fields that don't exist at the moment. So this is not related with how much of a terminator you are. Well, I am a good robot, though. I'm the good robot. I'm not the bad one. Well, for sure, you are a good terminator. I knew that already. And before I convey my message, I'd like to thank Sami, Gökhan, Tunç, Eren Gönenli. I'd like to thank Ahmet Çakırel and Hüseyin Alıcı. I'd like to thank a lot. And I think it's been a great panel. We've talked about the evolution of industrial automation. I've immersed myself in the sociological part of it. There are 2 points. And the 2 points are about the fact that there is nothing to be scared about. Artificial intelligence and emotional intelligence are completely unique to humans, so there is nothing to be scared of. I'm Murat Beyazıt. Thank you very much for your attention.
İzninle ben de atmak istiyorum.